Rafi turns around, but good surprise factor from Zach is going to get that first kill. 6 playing 11, Afro on 4 in a row. Stack over towards B is what we're going to be looking at to see if they can get any more progress before these lives do drain out. But for Mindfreak, get a single file fashion. Dominoes lining up to get knocked down and no pressure on Eric whatsoever.
Yep, just down to 2v9, and well, the zone will be captured. They don't manage to both eliminate themselves here before that final tick. So Team Notorious maybe started just a tad bit slow, but they started to pull it together quite well. They're able to capture both zones. Once they're able to grab control of it, they never let up.
Got a little bit worried for a second because you had early on F. going for those spawn kills. It doesn't really work the way that you thought it would. Mindfreak do actually a very good job at clearing out their spawn and getting back in towards those halls. And with a single cap over towards A, they do get those 2 segments early, almost the 3rd one. But you started to see Mindfreak get some footing underneath them. And once they did, the kills onto the respawning members of Notorious were looking good for Mindfreak. But this Notorious team, they don't stay down for long. And as soon as that A zone was captured, with the double stack at Afro and F. That was probably one of the simple transitions to B that we could see.
Well, it's a decent start here for Team Notorious into round number 2. To win out on the initial trades, Eric makes it that much more favorable. Gets a look at the 3rd, but won't be able to complete the kill. And now Mindfreak's starting to bounce back with a few eliminations. Could give them some room to work with here, but what zone are you looking to try to capture? You are still stuck at the back of Well, and Afro's locking down bottom secret. He's ready to go rogue on the rest of the members looking to push through.
It's every single time you look at the map, you see Notorious walk through. It's like a wave of blue arrows, a tsunami just collapsing on Mindfreak with the flank that you see. The fast flanks, too, that F. are putting on is just not expected at all from himself, but it is why he has been one of the best players out of EU for this year. And the kills for Mindfreak just not all there just yet. You still have a player towards Manny inside office looking to do some damage, and with the kill onto Rafi, hopefully this can open up some lanes, but getting past Afro, that seems to be the hard part.
Yeah, Manny can continue to go forward, but he loses that one-on-one battle, so now his teammates are really left out to dry, it feels like, because you still got lots of presence through the middle of the map right now, and Crimson's basically just forced the touch, has to fight from top plat, does a good job of eliminating one, but there is still a lot more work that needs to follow through, and well, Crims are going to end up dropping down. A couple more players might be able to get a touch here, but it's just not enough kills. Zach doesn't get the read on F. And that will be the cleanup of the zone. Team Notorious, they will find themselves yet another convincing round.
Very convincing. I mean, clean. They didn't give a single segment up to Mindfreak. And I mean, very stark differences that we do see to the breakoffs of these teams. Team Notorious, instead of going for the traditional B hit right off the bat that we do see through Bridge, it's the slow burn through the halls to get on towards A, the single stack in to get some map control before you look towards these objectives. And you know, capturing A before B isn't something that we see very often, but they show that, you know, with it, it's very easy to win a round when that A zone is focused off first, if it does work out in your favor. And for this time around, it looks like they're going for the same thing, just everybody up top, work for A and get your picks.
How about Afro here so far as well? 15 and 7.
Wow.
And that was worse. Some clean shots that do end up coming through off the start, but you're going to have to do a good job of making sure Afro does not continue to find success as Manny flies down low. Secret will almost come up with a second, but again, it's pushing forward. Notorious almost just ready and waiting for those challenges to come through. Setsi wants to follow up with a play of his own. Eric just sitting there ready, waiting for the chow. He wins another big gunfight, and the live's already going to favor Team Notorious very early on.
Just clean as you could ask for from F. on this first shot. It's not able to transition towards the second. Up top, Setsi removes Afro from that 3rd segment. Still going to go through. Rafi finishes off, and all focused now over towards this B. Eric just waiting in the wings. He finally goes down, but it is going to stagger things off the respawn for Mindfreak. And with that Afro, he's looking to get back to business top balls.
Oh, good shots from Afro. Ready to predict the secondary chow, as he wants to surge forward, not missing a bullet, ready to maybe snap on another. The shots looked good at the start, but finally will be put to rest. However, the damage almost feels like it's still been done. You're starting to lose control of the backside of the map here in the defensive spawn. If your Mind Freak Setsi does manage to back up, and well, as I say the words, they do manage to find themselves a favorable feed here, but can they hold the control of the map now that they're set up?
That's the thing. You just don't want to overheat like Manny just did right there. You have a good moment to set up this defensive, but you allow for Team Notorious to get back into these power positions for free, and that puts pressure onto Mind Freak to have some heroics at a Setsi and Zach. And to be fair, they do have those moments. It is going to keep Notorious off this zone for at least a few more seconds, but down to a minute left. Just takes one good wave from Notorious for this all to crumble away from you.
F dot now, he's up top. Ooh, gets a read in the second, wants to overheat and chow, but will pay the price for it. Life's now actually even, as there's still no ticks captured on B, but it still just takes one good push. Eric gonna hold the line here, wait for his teammates to get with them before they start to surge forward and make a play for B.
An Afro for the shutdown. That's 3 kills for Team Notorious. B's gonna be touched, and look at number 7. It's Manny again, who's gonna have to clean a couple of this moment up. And on this flank, what a shot onto Eric. Boom, he saves the day. 30 seconds, 8 playing 7. A 1 life advantage for Mind Freak, and you have the setup now.
Yeah, this is a good moment here. Live's now swinging the other way. You do get a quick touch though from Rafi. Could he find a second here? Oh, just about. That would have been just about everything you needed to try to secure the zone. But they're still very much alive and well on it, and the kills are still coming through in the back. None of the spawners are able to help this play, so now everything basically has to come through the middle here. Zach needs to find something on the pinch. He's going to reposition completely. Everybody trying to now make their way and flood through tin. Afro from the back, getting great reads, getting great shots, and well, all the kills come through. Team Notorious get the job done, and they will sweep the series.
And that's when it comes down to control. It's not over till the round is complete. All it takes is one wave of kills on an offense like Hacienda to get over towards the B zone, to have the time just completely stopped. And once you put Afro and Eric in that position, they are so good at winning those fights, especially towards Tin and Patio, and you're fighting off the respawn there. You needed to hold your lives towards the top of bridge to those middle position players, and the fact that you're allowing Notorious out of their spawns so easily. We saw how hard it was to fight against this Notorious, just constantly off the respawn again and again, and it was really back and forth for that last round. 3-0 sweep from Notorious in the control and the series, but you have your moments from Mind Freak. I know this team is going to take a little bit of time to get used to, especially traveling over towards North America and now playing against some of these squads. You give them time, you put them into a scenario where they can play against teams like this, and they're going to learn from it, and I expect them to learn from it.
And that's what they really want the most out of, getting these reps, right, is being able to learn from it, just get themselves best prepared as possible going in towards what is going to be champs, of course. So being able to take away, any positives from here, which, was the hard point, right? If they don't start the hard point as slow as they did, maybe that one again does play out just a tad bit different, because they were down by about 120 points at one point in time, and they were able to bring it back to about 60 points or so. So there's definitely some good takeaways, but overall, what we come to expect with this Team Notorious squad, they are one of the best out of EU, and they showcased it here in round number 1.
And I think one of the biggest gripes we had with some of these European teams, especially when we saw them in the grand finals a couple of times versus our NA powerhouses, is the respawns aren't always the prettiest from them, and you see it towards the tailor end of that hard point. They do start to slow down, foot off the gas a little bit, not getting those setups that they'd like to fully pick up, but it gets to that control. They look so good at fighting out of their spawns together, putting pressure onto that defensive spawn as well for the offensive team. And I think you can really look at Notorious, see exactly what they're building up throughout this boot camp, and having that confidence, not just in Search and Destroy, but in your respawn modes as well. Going into champs, this is a team that wants to have the full package for all 3 game modes, and you can see them putting it on display that they've really been preparing for those modes going into this.
They definitely have been. And I think there was even times where they were maybe feeling themselves a little bit, right? They were going forward, maybe challenging gunfights they wouldn't normally do. So definitely in their bag completely when it comes down to some of those moments, especially when they're leading. So the Team Notorious squad, excited to see how they're going to be able to constantly go through the rest of this bracket, and if they're going to be able to be as consistent as we expect them to be here. Again, there's a lot of great teams that we do have, right? There's going to be a lot of close matchups, and they're only going to get more and more fierce, more and more competitive as we go throughout the bracket, Colin.
Well, I think that, looking at Notorious, they're checking off the boxes of what we look forward to. Some of these teams going into a tournament like this, is it going to be a slow start for them? Has the boot camps really paid off? The answer here is yes. We still look towards some of those regions like APAC and LATAM to have those slow starts when they haven't been getting that international practice inside of LAN settings. Of course, we've seen a couple of these players go to DreamHack and Miami, but when it comes down to international play in general, it has been a little bit less of a showcase from these teams. They haven't been going to as many events like the European or North American players. So going towards something like this, we look at them as underdog teams. We look at them as players who have the potential to kind of raise the bar for this their regions, but the work still needs to be done. And I don't think you can look towards a game like this for Mindfreak and have it for the sample of this team. Give them time, give them some more reps underneath them, and you can probably see them turn it around.
I like that shout. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a short break, getting ready for our next matchup. Go grab some food, go grab yourself some water, stay hydrated. We'll be back with more Call of Duty action after the break. Don't go far.
Food, water, anybody here, I really do appreciate you guys tuning in. I know there's just a few people here, but hey. I'm honestly just having a chill day. It's a Saturday. I'm honestly waiting for, I want to watch the basketball games tomorrow. And then a few more games going into the week. There's baseball and basketball. Basketball are the ones I actually like to watch. Baseball more I just like to see how the game's going. And that's what I'm checking on right now. And then yeah, so we're gonna do something like that. Yeah, just kind of chill and enjoy. I'll step away for the next break, so I'm not stepping away then, but yeah, I need to sweep my room. I might go grab a broom and sweep my room on stream. This guy. You are overrated, my guy. You know, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling my oats. You guys, you can spam chat if you need to. If I'm not saying it, or if I'm not reading your chat, I will read your chats out loud. So I'm gonna put that. See, this is the thing that confuses me. So tell me in the stream if you guys want me to hop over to a different stream. But these matches are all happening right now. Let's see. Where is Element? There's Rocker here. There's Rio Rocker and where's Gorilla Mates? Right here, 3-0. So they've already advanced to the next round. So okay, they're already sitting in the next round. They're waiting for Rocker is waiting for the winner of. I'm gonna have to actually for this team right here, KAGS. I apologize. And then who is Mates waiting for the Mates? Looks like they're waiting for the winner of Timor and Spartans, Royal Spartans, and they're in 2-1 situation, and then that'll advance. So, actually, and I said the Rock one wrong. They're waiting for the B7 White and 5 Fears. They play. I think is that what I said? They play the winner of that, but they make this tournament so confusing. Why do they have 8 streams running simultaneously? Let's look it up. AMD tournament. And how do you search if I want to just watch the rocker player? Gorilla modes. See, that's the thing is that I'm pretty sure they just have the one stream up, and after the first set of matches, they're gonna head over to the rockers, and they just got the tournament going without streaming like every match. Because now I think global, that's like there's that 8 matches running at once, but now there won't be 8 matches running at once. There'll be 4 or whatever, and then from that point on, or 2, maybe. I don't know. Wow, this is a long break. And it's double win. Why? I see. There's definitely a match going on right now. Why are they not taking away another match? I don't want to get it, but I'm nervous. They're gonna make this the tournament. But I think there's still no other teams like giving them dead still. I'm not walking away, I'm just stepping over to the side real quick. Oh. I do need to turn the AC back down, guys, so. Chest, let me know here, I'm turning the AC down. What is going on, people? I really need to sweep my room. You know what? I'm doing that right now. I will turn you guys to the right for a second so you can see me, but I'm gonna grab my broom and sweep my room while we are waiting for these intermissions. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Guys, like I said, again, we're just chilling. If there was another match I could turn this over to and watch it, if I could watch the other ones, which I don't think they're streaming, I would. But it doesn't look like there is. But it's gonna get more interesting by the minute. Teams are they're not getting eliminated, but they're getting knocked on the losers. And RoKKR are playing 5 Fears right now. Okay, now where can we find that match? Hold on 1 second. Now I will guarantee they haven't got it set up. I think that's the match we're about to go into. Tournament started sooner rather than later. Let me turn myself up, yo. There we go. I would hope to get this tournament started going sooner rather than later. Tell me if I'm too loud in the chat, guys. But they are taking their time, so almost don't want to just watch a TV show, but I don't want to get copyrighted straight. There isn't. Oh, Toronto. This is from Toronto, so we got an update. There isn't another stream, but we will be back shortly once teams do pick'ems. So they are doing their pick'ems. They're still taking a break, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and give myself a few-minute break, just because since that's what they're doing. They're taking forever. Like I said, I've swept my room. We are caffeinated. We've got everything we need. We are good to go. So once they get this started, I will be watching though. So as soon as the match gets started, I will be back. Go ahead and leave the stream open. I wish that they should run something underneath it, like run that match that was just on. Oh, it was a best of 5. What was it? Maybe they just think it said that there was best of 7 or best. Yeah, but that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it's not because all these teams are winning in 3-0, so it has to be best of 5. Okay, be right back, Chet. Oh, what the fuck? This this thing isn't live. Doesn't matter if it was live, there's still nothing going on. I do appreciate everybody who's hopping in here. Really does mean the world. But you're still waiting. I'm not going nowhere, guys. I was considering putting this back. It's like, here's the thing. I'm playing you guys with my camera, so I can't really turn on stage. Oh,
Take what you do best and create a website that's worthy of it. With AI website creation from Wix, every click is an opportunity to shape your brand.
But it's connected to my monitor, so usually when I'm playing, I'm all up like this. But it needed closed. But let's chill back. We can just chill back with our feet up. The camera's judging me, though. Never felt so right before. I'm putting in headphones. Type in the chat though if you guys want to talk. If you are in here, you're gonna hear me say a lot of stuff. What's going on? Whoever just hopped in here, we are waiting for the tournament to get started. I'm assuming they're gonna start with the RoKKR versus FUVE match because they're already, you know, advanced in the bracket. So that's what I would do if I was them. But obviously I'm in Toronto, so I can't tell you. But I have been watching the chat to see what they're saying. Yeah, so they just had one stream like this. Let's see what's going on. There's only one. Okay, we can confirm the next match will be RoKKR versus FUVE here. So the next match will be RoKKR versus FUVE here. So we're gonna see RoKKR play next. Hell yeah! I'm assuming they still have the same roster. What, Kenny, Nero? I actually got to meet Jiro and Nero at Major 4. Let's hold on. Gotta do a little what do you call it? Oh, here we go. Major 4. I just met Gio and Nero. But where? Oh my, sorry. I can always put my camera on the other side. That's from there. I've never been worn. I got another one too. We've got jerseys. And I got my scuff signed. My other scuff. This is the one I play with right here. But so yeah, anyways, let me read off Toronto's next match will be RoKKR versus FUVE Peers. There's only one winners round, one match left to be played in game 3, and we are going to be back soon. So they are just, it looks like they are getting the round 1s out of the way because that's the most games happening simultaneously at the same time. Then they're advancing to where they have 4 games and they can focus on the most important one. Like right now, they're waiting for. Actually, I don't even know if this bracket's completely updated, but what was LAG? I was at the score here. I think they're waiting for this Omit, Brooklyn, and P7 Black and P7 Red versus Orchid. The winners of these will advance to the next round, and then the winners of Team War and Spartans will advance to the next round. They're waiting for those teams to advance. Looks like, and then they're gonna start the RoKKR one because I don't know. That's how they want to do it. This is Orchid versus P7 Red. 0-0, but that's not what's next. And I'm gonna keep reading you guys off their stuff as we go. And then I go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like I love you. I am still here, you guys, though. This is kind of boring and dead. Oh, but we got 30 seconds till we're in the match, so.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the AMD Overclock 10K tournament. We are well into the tournament now as we start to line up some of our round 2 matchups. It's getting exciting. We got some series in round 1 that are going the distance here, Colin, so everything's shaping up quite nicely. But now we start to look forward towards some of these round 2 matchups where things are going to start to get more competitive as well.
Round
yeah,
2?
And I think, even looking at
2.
what's been going on across
my
the entire
camera used to be here. It's because
tournament
wondering why I
I'd
keep
say
doing it. Round 2.
Round 1's pretty straightforward from what to expect. I think even looking at Team Notorious versus Mind Freak, and we talk about the potential of that Mind Freak team and what they can bring
his thumbs
against
are going.
somebody like Team Notorious, but then you look against them and you say, well, you're coming in with a substitute, you haven't fully settled in from traveling from APAC into North America, and a couple of those issues in comparison to a team like Notorious, who have been here for weeks now, will be shown in a tournament like this, and that's why they're here. That's why we're playing at the end of the day, is for teams to, get that rust shaken off before champs, get the preparation started, and
get the kinks worked out.
Mold in some international play here on stream and in a competitive setting for a prize pool. Where that will up the ante for sure in a lot of the, I'd say, mindset for these players to try to blow off some steam before champs.
Absolutely, right? Get yourself in the best form possible before going into the biggest tournament of the year, well, one of them. But let's take a look at that bracket and see exactly how everything is kind of shaping up for us right now.
We're going back over
we
to
do
the
have a lot of
bracket.
matches still going on, like we had said. We do have a couple of our
and I am
teams that
just
have
looking
also
for
advanced.
Toronto
The one that
updates.
we
I'm
were
actually
just
going to pull up their
watching,
Twitter
Team Notorious,
too.
they're now facing off against Omen, who both did
I wanna
end up
see.
winning their first set 3-0. We do have RoKKR and 5 Fears, which is exactly where we're going to next. Now, 5 Fears did win 3-0, but that was a very close 3-0 at the end. There was a lot of close maps that ended up taking place.
I don't want to accidentally kill.
And then the one I think we're really eyeing up right now on round number 1, the Royal Spartans up against Team War. That one going to a map 5.
It's on full tilt for that game 5,
Oh,
buddy.
so the Spartans,
And,
they're in
that was
game 5
apparently
right
Royal
now.
Spartans up 2-0 as well. So Team War on the brink of reverse sweeping Royal Spartans into that lower bracket, which you got to feel bad for the boys on Royal Spartans. I know Cruz and them, especially bringing Gunsy into this tournament, they were feeling good going into it, but hey, some woes in round 1, things just not really clicking for the back half of that series, and that's going to be a troublesome one going into that 5th game. Of course, even if you do win it, you got LAG mates.
Yeah, they're waiting patiently.
So your road gets even more difficult. And then Team Notorious and Omen, I mean, you're right to talk about that. Hey, that is like what I'm sure a lot of people look at potential Challengers Champs Grand Final could look like.
Yeah, honestly, that is such a fair point. That very well could be our Grand Final going in towards next
I don't understand. If we're in a game 5, they must not have the stream. Why are we not watching in game 5?
Right? You have to imagine it's certainly
I'm sorry,
gonna be one
Toronto, but
CDL
that's a
team.
little silly.
Whether or
You
not it's
should
gonna
have
be
had
2,
cascades in every
we would
match.
maybe place a bet and
so
say
you
that's
could
likely
switch
the
to it.
case, but at the end of the day, Omen's been very, very good. You have essentially CDL players on that entire roster. And you have a team that's been together the whole year that it just showed us, some very dominating performance there to their very first series.
And I don't want to be that guy to kind of put some doubt on LAG mates. I know they've been putting in some work towards, especially going to EWC to have their get back against a couple of those CDL rosters, but a series like this, a tournament like this, with players and teams on the other side of your bracket, like Notorious and Omen, that is not a guaranteed winner's semifinal match for you. I mean, that is a very hard test still with what these rosters have been bringing to Challengers this year.
Yeah, no, extremely valid. But let's take a look at the rosters now that we do have here for both of these squads. Again, RoKKR up against 5 Fears. I'm sure all you CDL lovers out there are certainly going to be familiar with our RoKKR team that just fell short from being able to qualify for a chance, but certainly gave it a good run at DreamHack.
I actually
would
kind of met Astria, but
Nero, and
Kenny only when I
Estriel.
didn't meet.
There's a lot of players to talk about.
Geo Nero I have
to this
photos
team,
with.
but I think the number
I
one
got a
player
photo
that
with
jumps off the
Nero.
page,
I just
Nero
never
Collins, this
posted.
guy, to me, watching over him, especially at DreamHack, has looked like one of the best subs in the game, and it's such a shame that we don't get to see more of him going in towards champs.
No, but we get to see him here, especially for a tournament like this, and I am excited. Big Nero fans out here, and ever since Kenny has come into this roster, it just seems like Nero has gotten better exponentially. This team keeps on evolving. I think, you look at their performance at DreamHack, and you would have liked to see them at Champs this weekend to give some of those teams a run for their money, because a lot of those games were close. Their Search and Destroys look great. On Vault, you put RoKKR into a situation like that, and they look fantastic. It's just the meat and potatoes for the whole season just was not going their way in general, and it seemed like you're just getting hot at all the wrong times. And then you look at, Geo and Estriel as well. You cannot sleep on these two either. I mean, last year for MW3, just talks for Rookie of the Year candidates, and the performance that they put on for their respective teams. And I think when RoKKR click as a team, they look like they could be in the top 6 conversation for CDL rosters.
I agree, and well, that's where they finished last. So definitely wanted to make the miracle run, just couldn't make it happen fully. However, on the other side, their opponents, the underdogs, if you will, going up against what I think a lot of people rate as the #1 team, will be Five Fears, Abe, Hixie, Fire, and Exceed. Now, a lot of these guys have at least a little bit of CDL experience, so it's not like you want to create too much doubt here for as far as maybe how one-sided it could be, because you got a lot of young guns as well, for as far as at least Abe, for as far as what we expect. This is one of his first really big challenges, and he's got some great CDL talent, at least alongside him, that have been in and out of the league.
Yeah, we got at least one young gun for this team in Abe, and it's been good. I mean, MW3 Abe just took this S&D scene by storm, and ever since coming into Challengers, he just gets better and better. This year on Stallions, you really saw him finding his potential for teams like this, and you like to see some of these younger talents get onto teams with a lot more seasoned players, veteran players who's going to be able to guide them into a safe, comfortable position within a roster that can compete towards the top of Challengers, and that's further going to show the potential of someone like Abe. And this Five Fears roster, it's really weird when you look at it too, because at first glance, you're like, okay, who's the assault rifle player for this team? But I mean, you look at Fire and Exceed for the fact that they've had a role change this year in switching over towards those assault rifles, and making sure that they're going to be those slower players, the anchor players. It's definitely a change for them in terms of their careers. I mean, Fire, we saw him do that back in Cold War a little bit on that Legion roster, and he looked good. But for Exceed, it's been different, and I think that he's obviously had a little bit of a slower year in terms of the accolades that he's had previously in Challengers, but for DreamHack, for this team to come together and find top 4, we really saw where Five Fears can go in terms of their ceiling, and I think that this is definitely going to be a competitive team come next week.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, for as far as at least the fundamentals, there's just about any team that has Hixie, you're always going to.
They're kind of filling dead time guys, trying to wait for their players.
Fallout with Surge, and then Surge goes on to actually have a couple of really good placings once they bring in a substitute. But there's one thing you can always rely on in Hixie, and that's sending the troops to the right spots on the map, right? You can always rely on his comms. That is basically what made that Toronto Ultra team, as good as they were at times, because of what Hixie had done for as far as, making sure people go into the right places, we're picking up the right things, and Scrap had always gassed Hixie for that exact trait. So I'm sure we'll bring or see some of that brought towards this matchup, because you're going to need it going up against the fundamentals of RoKKR. But let's take a look at the maps and modes that we do have here
RoKKR play. We haven't.
This round
I feel like they, of course, I didn't want them to go further at Major 4, so then opting to beat him for champ, really solidify.
If need be, we'll go to a Skyline.
Maybe it would have been better, because we would have got 8th seed and only had to play Ravens versus having to play Toronto versus having to play FaZe now, but we need to beat a team like FaZe. We're going to go beat we, meaning Optic, before people get all in their panties.
Over towards DreamHack dealership, especially RoKKR, look so lights out on this, and to see it happen in a map 2-4 best of 5. This is a square up for Five Fears on one of the better maps they have in S&D, and that's going to be a big thing for this team in a series against one of our CDL teams here at the AMD Overclock, is how good are you in that S&D format. I mean, we saw Five Fears play P7 White. That's Steve Vortex team in round 1. They squared up on the dealership. It was a 6-1.
People are already messaging me just saying
them out of the water. So now to play RoKKR on this, we get to see the sample of, was that 6-1 on dealership Five Fears playing just godlike, or are they just ahead of the curve?
Okay, so getting back into this, wow, rewind. I love me a rewind hardpoint. Dealership search grew on me so much, because I actually think it's one of the more solid search maps. It's sad that we didn't get it the whole year. And then protocol control, that's actually honestly my least favorite control map. And then Skyline as well. Hold on a second, I'm turning down my desktop so you can't hear me later. I will turn it up. And then Hacienda Search, which is my least favorite search map going into the last map. But hey, actually, I've gotten a lot better at it. But yeah, I hated how it played in the beginning.
We've also seen RoKKR play a good amount too. I think this was also the map that we did see in their last series there at DreamHack. Just were unable to win it, but did start to mount a bit of a comeback. But you really are looking towards the ARs, right?
Yeah.
The ARs are going to need to set the tone for dealing with players like Kenny, who are going to be really good at playing for the spawns and playing in the power positions.
I think this A screams a series that needs to go the distance for 5 Fears. You look at Dealership Protocol and Skyline as a run for this team where a lot of your SMG history can really come to the forefront for a couple of these players flexing over to be a little bit quicker versus RoKKR. But seeing the Rewind map 1 and the Hacienda Search and Destroy map 5, you look at players like Kenny and Geo to be a lot more present on those maps, especially Geo on this Rewind hardpoint for a lot of those bigger hills towards your P3s and P4s to try to keep 5 Fears out of the contention for hills like that. And, you know, even for Hacienda, where we talk about that's a map where, you know, obviously SMGs can get lost, but at the same time, it's something where those ARs can tee up right off the start of those rounds and rip you off a heady right away. And if you give those opportunities towards RoKKR, it's going to be hard. So really look at this as a 2-3-4 map for a team like 5 Fears. If they do want to upset RoKKR, it has to be in those.
Yep, I agree. The hardpoint's going to be a hard win without question, especially if Nero continues to play how he did in that first series. You know, again, maybe not the most difficult matchup.
I would love to see their stats. I need to take my ads, and I'm already itching my eyes a lot.
He dropped a 1.7 in that first set. And well,
thanks for hopping in the stream. Have a like, please.
We've seen that man go over 50 kills at least twice, a lot of 40 bombs, and I mean that's just what we see on the scoreboard. That's not the EKIA that he's looking at, where it's like 70 kills, and he's just like, man, I'm cooking, you know.
3-0 in favor of Orchid. I can't even say some of this shit.
So if you look at the way you're playing against a team like Chaos before, where you drop a 1.7 KD, I mean he had to be just in his element for that, especially starting off on a Skyline hardpoint. Like, you look at that Skyline map number 4 again for this team, and somebody like Nero, if he and Estriel are hitting the right timings and, you know, picking up the right lanes to get in those mixy moments for those hills, you know they're going to be putting up big kills and some big numbers for it. I mean, this 5 Fears team, I'm not going to take anything away from them. They're a very strong team, but this RoKKR squad has a chip on their shoulder, not being at champs this weekend. And, you know, you come into a tournament like this, obviously you're scrimming technically against challenger teams, just trying to get better for EWC, while the rest of your, you know, opponents that you're used to around the rest of the season are scrimming for champs. And your eyes are on EWC. You want your revenge. You come into a tournament like this, you want it to be perfect. You want there to be no blemishes on your scorecard. So for RoKKR and even LAG mates for a tournament here, games like this are important against some of the big names and challengers.
It absolutely is. I mean, on the other side, though, you know, you're looking to use this as a proving point and a stepping stone, saying,
tryout.
I should be in the league. Tryout, right? You have a good performance here. You beat a RoKKR squad, you know, in 3-1 fashion, and you're able to win some of those maybe convincingly, or have some convincing looks throughout some of those maps. That could very well, you know, be your green card towards a team going in towards next year. And, you know, I'm not saying it's just on this one series, but being able to consistently do it here versus a team like this, and then build the confidence going in towards what would be champs next weekend, and then maybe even qualifying for EWC, that's how you start to do it. So there is a lot that can happen here, and you know, we love talking those stories up because you're waiting for something like that to happen, you know, in case it does.
I apologize, chat. We're still waiting for this to go in. I've been here for an hour
one of these players
and haven't watched but 5 minutes of time.
Because there's not too many opportunities. You get to go up against CDL teams on stream. I mean, really, we had the Pro-Am, you know, a while back, right? We don't really get the Pro-Ams each year anymore. So it feels like, you know, these are situations that just don't come up very often. You got to take advantage when you get the opportunity in the bracket.
You just look at it. I mean, you got players like Abe still, young gun, looking for a chance to prove himself for a league spot. Neom is another player that just jumps out to me right away. He's been playing fantastic. Craze, who is, you know, obviously already qualified to EWC, playing alongside Mac and Vivid, but you know, you play against some of these CDL teams, you really show that you can shut down some of these big names that are already in the league, and who knows what we might be seeing for maybe an evolution into BO7 or possibly a spot for EWC, like we saw some teams last year pick up some late picks through the challengers pit. But hey, you know, it's all just theories at the end of the day. You know, I'm sure that, you know, for EWC just in general, and it's why we see teams like RoKKR and LAG mates play in a tournament like this, you're pretty set that this is your roster. You know, you want this roster to build off of your faults, your mistakes, and try to bit better. You don't want to plug and play somebody this late into the season because obviously last year it wasn't.
Finally, we're loading into Rewind. Oh my lord, that's so correct.
Heading into EWC at the end. And you want to make sure that this is where you're sticking it out now. You don't want to make any changes. You want to make sure that this is who you're rocking with.
Well, let's see if they can get rocking here on the Rewind hardpoint. It's going to be a great one. Banger to kick it off. First look at one of our CDL teams here in the AMD Overclock 10K. We'll see if Five Fears got enough in the tank to try to shut down the big juggernauts of the tournament as we jump right into the P1 battle. And already we'll see Kylo Ken in action, but it's going to be a favorable kill feed here, at least initially for Five Fears as they get on the time first.
This is one where you're expecting Five Fears to get off to a good start for this P1-2 rotation, but RoKKR already working the macro on the flips, so you get in behind. A solid play from Nero. He works through P2, he gets through to Elephant, and it is RoKKR in the hot seat now for the instant break back in towards this one. You look to win these fights on the transition, though, for Five Fears. They kick it into gear, they make it scrappy, and you love to see that for Five Fears.
Gio in a good spot, though. He understands he needs to play his life, and he hits this pinch just a little bit late. Wants to try to get close with his teammates so they can start to surge forward. And at the bottom there, you can see a huge gunfight from Estriel. Takes out Fire. Exceed is almost left out to dry. Here he's got none of his teammates around him. Would love to get one, but he's caught in the corner, and that's a good cleanup kill and a beautiful break here for RoKKR.
Well, job's not done, but Estriel notes that he's got the read onto Hixie, so all eyes forward for RoKKR into this P2 setup. And we talk about these money hills where you can put your ARs in some good positions to lock down these outside lanes. It's on the SMGs to win their fights on the inside of the hill to stop the congestions.
A lot of team shots coming through, but overall, Hixie, Fire able to get involved. Estriel has something to say about it, but might have a tough time getting into the hill. Nope, no problem for him. Gets a look at two, almost the third, but the support in the back is there from Abe. They're able to get themselves back into the hill, but only for the time being. You can see RoKKR with the spawns able to get themselves close on in, and that will give us just about a slight lead here for Five Fears coming out of the P2 hill with scrap time likely going over.
And you like that too from Five Fears. Battling from the less preferred side, you get the break eventually. You're still able to keep a lot of time off of RoKKR's card, and for this rotation to P3, you're starting to feel a little bit more confident in the AR line for Five Fears. You've even seen Hixie pull the aims out as well, and already Hixie making that play to the back to see if he can influence the spawns.
Oh, Hixie does exactly that, 7 and 4. He's definitely had a solid start to the map. Does get traded out, but he gives his teammates a chance to try to surge through, get on the hard point. You take a look at the spawns here, and Ken's actually going to get a read on it. The shots come through, but he runs out of ammunition. Hixie will clean him up. There is still presence around the hill here for RoKKR, but you still got a good spawn coming through for Five Fears, and you have a chance to break in for the remaining 20 seconds left on the hill.
They're making this so scrappy. And Five Fears are holding this lead. You're pushing RoKKR back in every situation. And Hixie seems like he's looking at this mini-map in a 4D scenario. Like he knows exactly where to go and what timings to hit. So Five Fears can have a good lead heading into this P4. And even if they haven't got these initial setups, that's back-to-back breaks on big hills that you can really trust this team to put one more together. But they have the back spawns in RoKKR. They want the fight from the front.
Yeah, they're basically right here, and they're able to win some of those gunfights. Great entry for Estriel. Fire from the backside, trying to catch some of the players that might be lingering, but his position is going to be known. Goes for the reach out. Gio says no problem. He's now able to play a little bit more forward, but everybody else from RoKKR drops, so it's really just down to one in the hill. Estriel trying to play his life, trying to finesse the counter. The trade is good, and the close spawns once again secured here for Five Fears.
No panic from Five Fears. Exceed playing from afar, supporting the outside in. It's a break within 10 for RoKKR, but a break in the next 20 from Five Fears. There's still 20 seconds to play for, and another 3 go down. So you start to worry for this RoKKR team in the first rotation. Not only are you losing these fights inside the hill, but the ARs from Five Fears are putting on a show.
Yeah, they're looking pretty solid so far here, Colin. Don't want to count your chickens before they hatch. RoKKR could still be trying to heat up, but it's been an excellent look through the first 4. Now on to 5, RoKKR. They do manage to get themselves set up on P5 first. Nero trying to get a read on where the hit's coming from and doesn't get very good timing here through L. But his teammates now looking to also get involved in the play. Chaos around P5. KyloKen gets himself in the action, and that means that RoKKR still managed to hold on for some critical time.
That's a big moment for them as well. It looked like for a second the communication was off kilter from Minnesota RoKKR, but they're able to stabilize. They hold down this hill and some much-needed time to start closing this gap heading into the second rotation. One more shot at 5 Fears right through the front, and it's Kenny and Geo for 3 kills. Hixie's going to have to back down from this one as the flank's coming through as well. Won't get any further. Or second rotation we're going into. About a tie game. RoKKR with a little lead.
Yeah, that was just about a full 60. I mean, I think quite literally a full 60 that came through. So RoKKR able to bounce back quite nicely. The exits will come through swiftly for 5 Fears. But Nero's still got some presence around P1. Again, trying to get a read on where some of the players were. And that's basically going to light up red here for 5 Fears. And now Exceed's going to have a read on the spawns. Geo laying down, no problem. Cade now up to 3 in a row. 15 and 11. Foley, as he's been on one, he's been looking pretty solid thus far.
Yeah, who else to look at for this team? Who wants his redemption?
What's going
this guy right
on? I
here.
appreciate people hopping in here.
It's been a slow year for himself, but at the right moments, he tends to turn up. We saw it last year for FC Black, and now for this 5 Fears team, can he lead them into champs with a strong mental? So for a game like this, for 5 Fears to start pushing this lead again, we haven't seen a lead like this in quite a bit, especially for this map, but with looking at 155 to 119 heading into P2 of Rewind, 5 Fears can really blow this out of proportion here.
Fire. A lot to do. Through the back, trying to hold on to the spawns. Will be able to lock down Geo and plays his life without taking a whole lot of damage in return. Geo tries to push forward. Exceed is there for the trades, and he comes up with a second, a huge double kill. Looking for a third over the top of the RV, but this is also going to give Abe a chance to start to push forward here. How much room could he take away? The answer, none. They clean him up quite swiftly through the backside. Fire needs to now come up with a couple kills. He's unable to do so, and RoKKR do manage to fight through the front, and they get the close spawns.
32 seconds, Geo in trouble. It's not as clean as he'd like to, and Geo's gonna get caught early. Quick trades though in the hill. Nero popping off alongside Estriel. And it's a swift 3 kills for RoKKR to solidify themselves inside the hard point spawn out for Fire. And 5 Fears a little bit all over the place right now. You'd like to start to see them look for backing towards P3, but RoKKR are fully flipping them out.
Geo doesn't realize this guy's
Gonna get the read down low. Need a trade here onto Hixie. Geo does deliver. 3 in a row for him.
It's
looking to keep that hot hand going in towards New. Like you said, it is going to be very scrappy. Both teams struggling to even get a man across to the point, but finally you see a moment there for RoKKR to get a man in the hill. They got a bit of a setup for this still. Looking for the favorable side, to hold the favorable side of the map here, as you see even Nero getting involved through the middle.
The last time we went to this hill, when we even P2, it was immediate breaks for the spawns out of Hixie.
Then maybe Kenny.
Exceed this time, gonna have an easy job at this one. Nero in the back has to go big to hold these spawns for RoKKR. It doesn't matter what you get from P3 at this moment for the last 22 seconds. You just want to have this P4 rotation.
Would be a big 20, but Abe knows just how important it is to start to press forward, and Geo, he's just been lingering in and around the courtyard. Able to come up with 1. Estriel looking to come up with 2. Those are critical kills because there's still time left on this point. So those are going to be some deep spawns coming on in here for 5 Fears. They got a lot of work to do before they can cut through the middle as KyloKen's starting to go rogue.
What is that? In the back, Hixie is blessed. And Abe's going to spawn up with him. Nobody's going to have to read. Abe's going to get the break immediately. And if you're Hixie, you're just trying to stay alive, create as much discourse as possible. 5 Fears, they're getting away with something that you just would not expect.
Man, that one's going to sting a little bit, especially if they're unable to hold on from the front here. And so far, the kills have not exactly looked favorable for them. But Estriel does come up with 2. Kenny in the back does get a 3rd. The spawns, of course, still going to be close for a few of the members, but it may be too little too late. 185 up against 200 here. The back 20 going to be massive if RoKKR can hold on to it.
Hey, but with that spawn in the back, it's not all the time that you like if you're 5 Fears, but you're still maintaining a tie game heading into this 5th hill. Second rotation, not as good for 5 Fears. RoKKR climbed their way back into it, but they've contested, they've kept it in a tight race, and for the third rotation, this is going to be a cinematic finish.
Five Fierce set up on the time. Kenny loses his one in the back. But you got a lot of players coming from a lot of different angles here looking to try to break into the hill, but none of the gunfights are really going the way of RoKKR here thus far. The control, the defense has been completely on point, but Estriel maybe gives them an opening here.
Now more than ever, we need community.
Oh, ads,
you
are you
don't have to face
serious?
life by yourself. At the bridge, you're gonna find people.
Sorry, guys. Pitches at the exact right angle.
I'm
3
sliding to
players
the
gonna
wrong
drop
account.
for RoKKR.
Like, see it, he times that right. Nobody looks towards the elbow. Five Fears are locking this down. They can still win off this hard point. So if you're RoKKR, you're fighting your way back through this one. You want to take as much of this away.
They're doing well right here. I was worried about this hill for them. This is the kill. It's 2. You need one more kill.
Back and forth we go. Exceed looking for the
We're gonna
finisher.
count them. 3. One more. 3 down.
9 seconds
Fire's
up for grabs.
holding
You
it.
can no longer win off this P5 hill. We are going to
Why
at
does
least
it
one
look
more.
like this
And you
sometimes?
gotta go if you're
Oh,
RoKKR. There's
team
no
nade,
chance
that
to
might
fight to
seal
that
it.
last one. Hixie's
There
pushing
is
through. He's gonna
2
find some more
points
kills
on there.
on
They've got the
You're
rotation.
in,
They've
and
got
that's
the
gonna be
that's
it
map
for
1 to
Five
5
Fears.
Fears.
They're there first. They steal it away, and they show that this ain't the CDL show. This is AMD at the end of the day. We love challengers.
Yeah,
Love that
that's
for
the
5
Challengers
Fears.
team
I mean,
showing up
it's
right
always
there.
cool to see a
252.07.
Challengers team
My
get
goodness.
even a map win. I
What
don't
a
think people
statement
realize
game,
how
and we said,
important that
listen,
is.
this may be a way to
Just
win
for
this
ego
2v5.
mentality, to
Now,
know you
5
can beat a
Fears,
team
they come
at
out
the
as
highest
number one.
level.
They are swinging.
That is
They
everything when
take
you're
it.
competing.
Man, what a way
It's
to
like
start the
I've done it
series.
once, I can do
What
it
a
before.
treat to start this series. I mean,
Let's look at
you
these
look at this
stats.
RoKKR
Nero
team, the number one
-7.
seed, rightfully
That's
so.
basically the story
The
right there. Is
issues
what
are still
happened. I
showing
mean, it's
in
not like he
this
wasn't
lane. For
participating,
this
but
map, you're losing
and
a
it's
lot of those
exceed
battles if you're Nero. You
33
saw
and
that
22.
Hixie
That's
was
the stat line.
pitching
Look,
so
less
many
deaths than
angles.
almost anyone.
Hixie
I think
was
than
just
anyone,
on
and he was anchoring the spawns in
rotation
AR. That's
watch
what won
for
them
those
the
new
game right
hills.
there.
And you think about the dagger was that P4. I mean,
Oh,
those
for
spawns
sure.
in the back for P4 for Aim and Hixie. That could have been RoKKR swinging maybe 30 more points with the setup that they had, but yeah.
I'm actually psyched to watch this, and I'm like usually not in the Challengers tournaments, and I'm not huge fans of a couple pro teams in here, but a tournament's a tournament, baby.
Those spawns to flip, and wow, that is heartbreaking for RoKKR.
Yeah,
but
is.
RoKKR will
And,
bounce
I mean,
back.
it
I
goes
don't.
back and
I
forth the
am
whole
not
way
worried
through.
about
Saw
RoKKR
a couple of full sixes that
making
come
this
back there for
go
RoKKR after
to
being
map
down
5 if
by,
they have
quite a
to.
big deficit,
But they don't have.
in the end,
They
it's
might.
5 Fears that hold on to
Actually,
that
they better
P5 hill
close it out in
rotation was
4
good.
because
You saw
map
Hixie
5s
maybe
have
slow
not
down
been their
just a
thing
little
this
bit, but
year.
he was really a huge
Yeah.
factor in starting off on the right foot the way
Yikes.
that they did, just making sure he was winning some of his key 1v1s. But you also got to give a lot of credit to Exceed. I think Exceed had a lot of big pop-off moments throughout this map. He had a lot of 2 pieces that played a massive difference, especially near the end where he pinches inside of L, puts together a nice little double, and that really solidifies a lot of that hard point time that comes through on P5 to give them the chance to close it on P1.
It's just a lot more patient, a lot more coordinated from 5 Fears than, you know, one would have anticipated. At this moment here, I mean, do you see in the back? Yeah, because Kylo, Kenny, he is so far forward into P3, that opens up those spawns for 5 Fears, and that could have been so much time accrued. We look back at the graph just for that.
I'm getting hungry, guys. I might have to go grab me a bowl of something. Cereal.
With that,
Wish I had some
what could
noodles.
have been maybe 220 game is that P5 hill. Instead, that's a swing of about 40 points straight between hills 3 and 4 for this side of 5.
Yeah, it was back and
that
forth.
is a big swing for
But it did seem like Fears had control the whole game.
Just a statement game
So
too.
like RoKKR were like just
for
trying to
them,
keep
but,
up.
You know, the rest of the challenger teams that we still have, of course, playing in this tournament, it is a heck of a way.
I think it's a
to come
hard
into
point
this
game
map
is what they
number
lost to
one.
Optic, right? Yeah, they didn't go game 5. It was they lost 3-1. I'm pretty sure.
Obviously, job not finished whatsoever, but it's exactly where you want to start. And you see the back and forth, right? There was a lot of opportunities where RoKKR maybe could have, you know, secured it, bounced back after that P4, then going into that P5. But it comes down to, you know, some of those critical battles that were taking place on rotation.
Oh, yeah.
And the P5 hill was essentially what decided the game, it feels like, on both sets. When you saw RoKKR hold it down for 60 the first time, and then 5 Fears essentially do the exact same thing and say, whatever you can do, we can do better.
Even looking at the start of the game, when you had that initial P4 rotation for Hixie, well, that third hill was still active. You go from 76 to 115. Yes, you get a little bit of an answer going to that third set, but those P4 hills, both times that we see them from 5 Fears, they're just doing so good at stealing that time away in the hard point. And I mean, what a way to start it off for themselves. I mean, you talk about beating a CDL team. Yes, it's going to come down to obviously the search and destroys, but to get the hard point right off the bat, set the precedence for this series that you're not just going to walk all over us for free. I mean, 5 years in here. Abe's having a great game as well. I mean, he was very involved in those breaks that we saw in the first 10 seconds towards P3.
I am
the
just
first time around. And
posting this everywhere.
So many chances that RoKKR have to get hot.
Well, okay. Not how we maybe all expected map 1 to start and finish, but we'll certainly take it for the entertainment. Challengers out here representing in the AMD Overclock tournament. So Rewind hardpoint secured here from FUVE. Now we move over to the dealership, search and destroy. Now, we did already frame this up saying it's probably going to be pretty difficult, you feel like, for the most part,
What's
going
going
into
on,
a dealership with RoKKR, simply because this has been one of their maps that they've been able to rely on.
I am starving. I'm gonna make some eggs in a minute. It won't take that long when we get another break.
So you are looking at this as, you know, another potential takeaway would be massive, but I'm sure RoKKR are ready to start dialing in and saying, all right, we need this second map here going into this best of 5 set.
This is their closer, and a map like
What's going on? I appreciate people hopping in here.
RoKKR fits to their playstyle in my mind so well, especially when you look at the way that it plays. A lot of isolated battles, especially on the defensive side that you're playing towards, and when you look at RoKKR and players on your roster that you have to trust in, I mean, you got Nero, who you're able to just let off the leash and fly in a lot of those open space battles that you're given on dealership when you need to look towards it. Astral at B has been great to watch through the middle of the map. Geo, when he's getting involved as well. You put these players on islands and they're going to thrive. And, I think that as long as you have Kenny just guiding you throughout it, just reading the map, reading the comms, and allowing to dictate where to go and when, you look at RoKKR on dealership, and this is definitely going to be a good tool.
I think my brother will be here with us tomorrow. I'm not sure. I think he works.
If you can bounce back off that rewind,
but
he said the same thing about rewind for these players.
If not, he will be with us here
tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Map, mode combo for you know the way that it plays, but we're getting some FUVE wrenches thrown at you, and even for this FUVE team, they want to go to dealership too. We saw them play their last series against P7 White.
I hope it wasn't a host issue because they are switching hosts, obviously.
You got some, at least, and reps already on it. That's got to make you feel pretty good about having to also make adjustments at some point in time if you need to.
I'm going to back up just so you guys can see me better. Hold on, let me pull this out.
Going to be a squad that you expect to bounce back here, but we'll see if RoKKR can in fact do it. Map number 2.
There's not a good place to play this.
Whatever this team's going to ride on the success that Nero gets. Already the defense hunting.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nero, the first blood there against him. Abe knows somebody is through. Door closed. Doesn't matter. Abe is going to get the second one as well for FUVE, and B-side is where you're going to be looking at. Geo stops them.
Yeah, it was looking good up
Geo responsive too. That's a bailout
on the aggressive push there from RoKKR, but Geo answers back very nicely. So 2 versus 2 we go. Bomb also.
What's going on? I appreciate the viewers hopping in here. Appreciate everybody, all the support. Please drop a like.
Flip this.
And please drop a sub.
I mean, how do you read this position? Abe's going to get the early shots, plays his life, and now FUVE know which side they want to fight from.
Yep, they have the complete idea on how the setup should look here. But nade.
What a nade.
Oh, that's going to connect. That's going to back both of them up here, so they're going to be able to
type your name in the chat. I'll give you a shout out.
Shots come through, but Abe just can't get the finisher. Geo gets taken down to 1 shot twice. The reach out from middle. Kenny not going to be able to finish it off.
So 2v2. Abe's going to put the bomb down. With Geo, and I don't know the team's name, but Geo gets the kills. They're dead.
But Geo,
who has the tag that isn't a tag? I don't get that.
Stops them in their tracks at B, stops the bomb from going down, and clutches up for the team.
Yeah, that is insane from Geo.
How about that's an ace. Oh, wow.
Round number 1 gets the 2 that really kind of switch everything with the double up, slows things down. They're able to grab the right control of the map that they want, play the bomb site correctly. He lives both times too with 1 HP. So by the skin of his teeth, Geo makes
if RoKKR get 3-0'd here, this is going to be crazy.
Abe's a freak, by the way. This
guy We're far away. Plenty of COD to be played. They need to take this search, though.
You certainly want back if you're FUVE off that first blood, but it's Astral this time to get the first blood over towards
This is what we're talking about. This tournament's a liability for the pro team, because if they get shot on, then gonna give these guys get dropped with the other guys.
Wow, it's done.
Rocker
starting
running
to
down.
find the
Okay.
groove, starting to find the picks.
Convincing round from
You
Rocker.
can just feel they're a little bit smoother when it comes down to grabbing control and keeping
I forget that Gio got the 2-piece first round. I thought he could even bomb. That's 2-0 for Rocker. So.
Quite well, and the challenges kind of just keep coming to them, right? And they just keep winning some of those key gun battles. And that one almost just felt a little bit too easy, Colin.
That's one, I mean, round A, at least the first one you should have got there for 5 fears, you lose it. And second round, you just go into the trade fest through mid. And Rocker are really up in the ante in terms of rhythm for this game. And you expect 5 fears to meet them at that as well.
Oh, how about that win, though, from Hixie? He's able to shut down Gio, so the spree will come to an end. First blood secured here for 5 years.
First blood for Gio's kills. Exceed drops as well.
For some more info,
So
and now
Nero.
you've lost Exceed here too. So numbers swing right back in favor of Rocker.
That's 2 for
Overstaying,
2.
you're welcome.
2.
In
So.
certain positions. The chase from
Give me
Extrail is
2.
good. He just chows right out the staircase. Why not? 5 fears is the small things that are really killing you in these rounds.
I guess the
Obviously,
Estriel's the guy with no
having
name,
read
bro.
Back in round 1 on that reflank from Gio, but in this turn, every single time that you saw a trade from Rocker, you get the kill. If you
I tried, but
if you
Shorts is the
back
best
up,
platform.
expecting to have that space that
I
nobody's
was
gonna
thinking the
chase,
same thing
but
too.
You saw that
But
twice.
I'm like,
From
Shorts is the best
Rocker, where they're
platform, and that's what I'm like. I've
to
already
reach out into the
floating
stars
in
knowing that
views,
you're
but
weak, and, I think Rocker are just
obviously they
picking their
can't see the
battles
feed,
so
yada
well
yada yada. I
in
tried to
these
fix it,
fights,
make it as
so,
fast as possible, but
5
tomorrow I
fears,
will
whether you
stream it
gotta
in full
slow
screen.
things down or really have each other's back in these high octane scenarios, something's got to change early.
It's done. Doesn't
Okay,
exactly
so
make it
Kylo Ken
over
over here in
the
the
wall there,
restaurant
but
trying to make a
Nate certainly will.
push.
So information still slowly being gathered. as
One here,
Kenny
and the ball,
tries
he's
to
gonna
clear
get
out
Ripper
the site,
Rip.
but he loses his one-on-one battle. So
Who is
blood
that?
secured here for 5 fears. And that may throw a
Oh, that's
wrench down
Fire.
into
It's
Rocker's
'cause
plans
he's
as
got
they're gonna
numbers
start
in
to
his
switch it
name, I
up a little
think.
bit here and maybe start to take a look
He's
at
doing a
what's
lot
happening
better.
today.
He's 4-3.
His 3 first bloods for 5
On the
fears,
other end, you got
obviously
Estriel and
none
Gio
of
4
those
2 4 and 1,
translated
8
into
and 3 combined.
You're gifted another
But it's
life
Hixie here who
advantage,
really
but it's
needs to
just
pick
thrown
up a
away
kill or
by
2
Hixie.
and
It still
Exceed.
trades,
But
keeping you into the
played really well in the hard
numbers
point.
side of things, and this time
Okay, they went around.
no clutch. 4 or 5 fears, or sorry, for Rocker. 5 fears finally going to get one on the board off of that first initial kill, and I think that reacting to A the way that you do, trying to make sure that that bomb doesn't go down safely, keeping those numbers with knowing that somebody has to go for that bomb. That is a good call from 5 fears and just playing the lives perfectly.
Yeah, that one felt a little bit more measured when it comes down to what you're expecting and what you're looking to do on that A site. So very well done. Rocker looking to get the bounce back here, and this one's going to be a very aggressive hit.
So Abe is going to hit right here through window room.
Side. Nice little bait and switch on to
Let's
Nero.
see if he gets
They'll
the
find that
kill.
first blood.
Kinda
But
gifted
now
to
can they
him,
put
but
the numbers advantage.
Another
Whatever, it's a
situation,
team
trophies
game for a
down.
reason. It's 2
Aggressive
dead. That's it. I
from
love this
Fire.
out of them.
And they're steamrolling their way through these
That's
rounds
4.
now for
That's 4.
5
Only
fears. It
one.
took them a little bit, but they got the heat underneath them. And this is great Call of Duty from this team. Especially, I like that play call. Instead of laying the rock right away, you know that that fast retake's going to attempt from Rocker. Everybody
I appreciate everybody for staying in the stream. I really do appreciate it. Like, I'm not even joking how much it means to me that people would tune in to support me. I'm gonna keep my phone propped up like that so I can see more accurate sometimes.
For as far as what they're looking to do, you've seen a lot of isolated chows early on towards the B site there previously on their attacking round. Kenny did end up dropping. We'll see what
Okay,
adjustments again are
Hixie's gonna
made.
be pushing the restaurant one. He's got 3 here to deal with. So here, big kill, big kill.
Double stack from
If he at least gets gonna back off his trade, he gets a kill and he's traded out, but he at least gets his kill. I think that after he got that kill, the first thing you do is back out. That's what the best search players do.
This time around, play the mind games. I know we're
You're
still
alone.
here. The bomb is still here.
And if
Shoulders
there's
coming in for
was
Estriel.
2 there, there's probably
Plays
more.
life. Exceed also now following up with backup as they try to move to the
Ooh.
side. What a chow that is, but the cover fire is also just
2v1.
about perfect. Fire
Who we
left
got on the other
alive.
side?
He's
Fire
in the
versus
back, but
Kenny
this would be
and
4-1
Estria.
to a
Estria putting
massive
this
one if
bomb
the
down. I
goes
think
down.
Kenny's top
Such a
mid.
good play from
Looking
Estriel.
over him.
The read through
No,
mid
he's restaurant.
was
Restaurant
everything.
sliding out. Slide,
This is a
slide
full
back
stand
into
fire for the
restaurant.
1v2. Does he expect to play on the bomb? He
Oh, no.
does, but
They bait him out
Estriel
perfectly.
guns him with a jackal. This guy doesn't miss.
clean shots over the top here from Estriel. Hits him with a little pop-up surprise, fire. Likely would have been
the little
either
pop-up
way, but
surprise.
gets the job done all by himself. And what
It's gonna
really
be a
felt
while
like
to
a much
getting
needed
used to
round
looking straight at this
coming
camera
through.
and not the camera. I'm gonna
Just to
get another
slow
camera
down
right
the
here.
pace of the game a little bit.
Then have them
5
like
years, we're starting
pick up
to
my
turn
reactions.
things around on RoKKR with the aggression.
I want to
And
see the
that's good
schedule for
tempo
today.
set right there from RoKKR too. I mean, you slow it down for that moment. You say, okay, we're still here. You're not just gonna fully come back, and you stop that bleeding fast before it gets out of hand.
Estriel looking to make some moves. 3 in a row for him. He's got a little spidey sense that someone might be close by, and as the nades come out, well, he definitely knows, but will he follow through? We saw this aggressive play happen in round number 1. It was punished, but all the shots are very clean. Abe wants to get something back as he's now left out in the middle of the map. No support here watching over him. Takes the reach out. It's a little awkward, but he does manage to back down and play his life.
Oh, that would have been a big win for Exceed, but Kenny wins his battle, putting Abe in a tough situation, and RoKKR are starting to push themselves into that winning position, 5-2 up, and it's really just shalling out everywhere on the map. I mean, especially through mid. Estriel's so confident playing through those staircases.
Is he ever?
As soon as you get those initial tags and 5 backs up, that's the immediate just click in your head to realize that is space I now
I'm
need
sorry,
to take.
I'm telling you,
And
what
they do it.
RoKKR's
They're
up
not afraid
5-2.
to
Okay,
take
they're
that
about to
space
tie it up 1-1.
whatsoever, and that's why I put so much regard onto RoKKR for a map like Dealership, where the give and take is so marginally thin.
Hey,
They are
checking the
very
DMs
quick
though,
on reading
and
it.
you see some. God damn.
Well, all right, 5 Fear is going to need this round and a heck of a lot to follow up if they're going to somehow steal away this map number 2, but starts here.
And I've
round
got
number
some
8.
other people I might be
Hixie
collabing
searching for some
with.
info. We've seen a lot of hits over towards the B site. Hixie going to give some shoulders, some slides, and nades now following through, but won't connect with any kills. Hixie also pretty low himself as the shout comes to him, but Estriel not going to check, and now that's also the bomb down, following up.
Okay,
What? It's a
what
teammate.
even was that?
So now
Oh,
that
that's
drops us into a
2v1,
1v2
5
here
fears,
for Nero.
okay?
He has a chance to
Oh,
close it.
35 curse? Are we looking at a 35 curse?
No notes
Because
on
if
where
it
Nero's
is, the nail in the
position is.
coffin
He's
for
gonna go the
RoKKR.
full wrap around,
I mean,
but
they got
Five
got
Fears have
double
flipped this.
elimination, but for at least
they're
this
playing
round.
inside garage.
Oh, that's a huge.
The double
Oh,
jowl
the
from
timing was
either
kind of
position.
crazy.
Sliding out left,
If
sliding
he
out
would have
right.
filled
Not
his
going to have a
first
chance
kill.
to be able to do anything in that situation. Good read, good shutdown, and a nice round secured here for 5 Fears.
A lot of
That's
these wins
now
for
gets
RoKKR have been
dangerous.
coming down from
Don't let
playing a
5 Fears win this next
disadvantage.
round.
A lot of clutch moments that have
I like
led them
that
into this
tag. Killa.
5-2, now
Killa.
5-3 lead that they have on Dealership. So you look at 5 Fears, who are at least translating in those first blood columns. Yes, they're kind of falling away from you, but if you keep that
God,
consistency
I don't
up
wanna
and
breathe
start
sometimes.
to hold those lives and not giving up trades
I'm
for
wide
free,
awake, and I was
this is a
going
comebackable game right now.
Well, let's see if they can start to
I
put
was
the pieces
trying
together,
to
slowly but
summer.
surely. Bring themselves back into it. As nades come over the top, lots of action happening, maybe through the middle. Good shots there from Hixie, who finds
Here's the
Estriel
fly.
for the first blood.
On the flank already, what a read
I'm dead
from
in the
Fire.
middle of 2 generations.
As it was the go time, the green light to hit that flank as quick
Geo
as
gets another
possible. It's
kill.
down to Geo again
It's
to
2,
stop
so we're
it,
in
and it looks like
3v2
he's
in
done it,
favor
and
of
now it's
RoKKR
Kenny's
and going
turn
into round 9, I
on
believe.
the flank.
Yeah.
They expect
So
the
they-
first, will they expect the second?
They
Kenny doesn't fully
need
commit to the flank, cuts
to play
through
the
mid,
numbers
and
here. I don't even
gets some
know.
good
Yeah,
info
put
to
the
both
bomb down.
players.
He can't really chow it
The
yet.
reach
There
out
we go.
from
That's
Fire.
a huge
Fire comes
kill.
up with a second
Now
one.
they
So
just throw
now
shoulders.
Geo
That's
left
easy.
alone in the
5-4.
back,
It is
5
looking
Fears.
dangerous.
They are not going to be put away easy. That is 2 rounds in a row. 5-4 now the tally.
7 first bloods for 5 Fears as well, and Fire goes nuclear that round. The quick read onto Nero with having no presence over towards A to recognize that that is going to be possible almost feels like a bait from 5 Fears in trying to allow Nero that space to take. You put him in a position where that challenge is going to favor Fire 9 times out of 10. And
Wow.
5 Fears are starting to figure themselves out here on this Dealership, just 1 round away from a round 11 to try to steal another one away from RoKKR.
Oh, clean challenge comes through the middle, and they've isolated Hixie. They know exactly where he is, so, not sure what happens. Nero, unfortunately, will end up dropping. So now you have a 2v3 in favor of RoKKR. 5 Fears certainly going to be under pressure for trying to lock this round down, and well, that makes it that much easier here for RoKKR. 1 left alive. Exceed would have to clutch up in a 1 versus 3.
Exceed was forced down the vents. Had no idea how much pressure was on fire. This 1v3 would be difficult to say the least, considering you can't even get through the first one, but even if you did, you had so many players playing off site, so much time against you. You started to climb back from that game for 5 Fears. It looked good towards the end of a couple of those rounds, but you think back to how many times you were given opportunities to win some of those initial rounds that we saw towards the start of this search and destroy, and RoKKR are too icy on dealership, man. And you have to talk about Estriel and Kenny on that map. 9-6, 11-5. What a game from them.
Yeah, a lot of the opening engagements, it felt like at times there, Estriel was really, really good, especially in the back half of that game. So a lot of key gunfights for him, but yeah, Kenny coming up quite big himself, right? A lot of big clutches, a lot of big wins, putting together a couple of 2 pieces here and there, and that goes a really long way when you're fighting a team like 5 Fears that is obviously coming with a bit of steam right now. They're running at you. They're feeling pretty good.
Even a round 1 ace from Geo. Twice you saw that instant B hit happen, and twice Geo gets that initial kill to stop the plant. That round 1 really could have shifted this game so much from what we did see.
What's going on, guys?
Geo, yeah, it could have been all the way to around 11, and 5 Fears may not have been as deflated towards those first 3 rounds that we did see in the follow-up.
All right, guys, I am taking a small break. We're about 90 minutes in.
Reading the space on this map, I mean, it's such a tightrope to walk on a map like Dealership, but as soon as that space is there, the SMGs, no hesitation, are ready to go take it. You see it with Estriel so many times. You see it with Nero as well towards the flank that doesn't pay off towards that round number 9. But I think just in general, when you have somebody like Estriel who's just so good at reading that timing, he took it and ran with it so many different rounds. And you think back to the stairs through mid, every single time that he was in a situation to trade, he took it, turns it into a double kill, and that swings around number back into your favor for RoKKR. So many winning moments that come off of him. And same thing for Kenny. I mean, we don't put a lot of love towards Kenny, at least you and I, just yet. I mean, he is a player that is going to be the glue for this team, and certainly in that search and destroy, he brought it together.
He did. And there's one thing you can always rely on Kenny for, and that is certainly his communication skills, and I think that's something that we talked about was probably a massive upgrade, and also allows you to unlock some of these players, maybe like Nero, as well as Estriel, that maybe have those opportunities to go rogue, and you saw some of those opportunities pay off. When they find the gaps, they're able to take advantage of them, and having someone that can really tell you, what we need to pick up, what we need to do, what the next step is constantly, that goes a long way. And when Kenny's putting up numbers like that, well, it adds that much more to this squad as you take a look at everything that we have here for as far as the first bloods and whatnot. And it felt like 5 Fears were doing a pretty good job of matching a lot of them earlier on. They were doing a lot of great pressure through the middle, it felt like, but overall in the end, it feels like RoKKR maybe just a touch better, and that, again, that's where you credit Estriel in the back half.
Yeah. 7 first bloods for 5 Fears, and only 4 rounds translated into your favor. A couple of them, too, were rounds that you win losing first blood on your own side. So you look back to how many opportunities that 5 Fears had in that game number 2. They're going to look back at that VOD overnight or between series, see the things that went wrong, see those scenarios where maybe you just overshot a little bit too much in that search and destroy. But the big takeaway right now, especially for 5 Fears, is how close they're playing Minnesota RoKKR. You forced that map 4, you took that map 1, and realistically, it didn't look like it was that difficult for them. It was a battle through and through in that hard point. So you go now into the control and the skyline hard point that we're going to be seeing very, very soon. And I mean, this 5 Fears team has already shown us that they could take Minnesota RoKKR down. It's just, can they ice up?
A lot of potential, a lot could happen here for this Challenger squad up against one of our CDL juggernauts in the AMD Overclock tournament. But we are going to take a short break. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go far. It's all tied up, and we're going to map number 3 when we come back.
What's going on? I appreciate all the views. I just had to grab me some eggs real quick. I want to fix this.
Life doesn't stop when you're getting an education. That's why Sophia offers self-paced, online, college-level.
No, just put some pepper on my eggs. Run out of pepper though. I gotta grab some more. There we go. But you said that you got some fluffy white eggs. Glad that was hot. What's going on, guys? Don't they cool down. Seconds. 20.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the AMD Overclocked 10K tournament. We are currently in a 1-1 tie here between RoKKR and FUVE. It has been an absolute banger to kick things off. It's been a great day here so far with a lot of our matchups and a lot of other matches that are happening throughout the bracket. But before we touch on those, before we jump towards the bracket column, we also got to give a really special thanks to AMD for putting this tournament on. We've never had a tournament like this before Challengers Finals, before CDL Champs, so I think it's a big deal. And again, a huge shout out to AMD, so make sure you guys
shout out to Rano and AMD,
as well as their socials at AMD and AMD Gaming. But back towards the action. Like I said, we had a couple of upsets that potentially took place there in that bracket. I think starting in that round one with Team War and the Spartans.
I mean, look at this bracket. Bunch of 3-0s, and then Team War and Spartans. It's all the way to a Game 5. Spartans go up 2-0, and Team War get the reverse sweep. Team War, who, might I add, has been to a Grand Finals on LAN, has had multitudes of top placements as well.
Yeah.
And this is a roster that, you know, you'd eye up as potential
drop a like, please.
Breaker, just like what we're seeing out of FUVE right now against RoKKR. I mean, Team War versus LHG mates, that is going to be a banger. And not only that, you look at Team Notorious versus Omen
for later when I gotta work out.
A banger. 1-0 up, and we got some word from behind the scenes and how that game's going. It was just neck and neck the whole way through. You know, 100 to 100, 150, 150, 200 to 200, and from what I understand is Afro and Craze were going band for band.
Yeah, and that's always exciting, right? And
fuck it, we can go band for band.
248 is what we were told, so I mean, it doesn't get any closer than that, man. That is a banger hard point. Have to imagine that series is going to continue.
I'm almost killed off these eggs. Just give me just a second.
And potentially even go the distance there. Again, that's basically one of EU's best against what is currently North America's best. So a very, very fun one. But we'll be continuing the action, of course, at the very top of round number 2 here between RoKKR and FUVE. If you're just now tuning in, it is a 1-1 affair. It's been very, very close. Just a 1-1 affair. But it was the map 1 win from FUVE, which I think got a lot of us by surprise, to be completely blunt. And then going in towards that dealership search and destroy, we saw RoKKR that mainly had control.
I mean, it is round 2, but I don't think RoKKR were going to go down. But they bounced back.
And they did. But now, Colin, we go to a protocol control to see who's going to be able to grab the 2-1.
I have not. I know that
we talk a lot about the way that this
the control. I think RoKKR might take this one, and then Skyline will push it
we
to
expected,
Game 5.
You know, a lot more from Nero, I'd say, in maps 1 and 2. He definitely has had a lot quieter of a series in terms of.
Nero's probably gonna put 30 up on Skyline.
Him play at DreamHack and putting up the numbers that he did, but. Going to this protocol control, I'd say I put a lot of focus onto him. I think that in the respawns, this team plays at their best when you see him having a lot of influence in terms of the game. And, you know, for every one hard point, there were a lot of moments where he was losing those individual battles, especially on rotation to some of these FUVE members. And I think that he has to be a part of the conversation for this map 3 if you want to compete in these respawns. So now we kind of shifted away from him being that guy for the team, and now he needs to be that guy for the team because we've seen Exceed be able to flex over towards that.
Exceed can do it.
Great on the aims as well.
Yeah.
And Hexy together.
Right, excuse me.
I mean, they're just
I'm really impressed by Exceed. He's actually a really good player. I don't know, has he been in the league before? Regardless, the kid has been playing well. I don't even know if he's a kid. He might be 24, 25, but he is, yeah, exactly what this guy is on point. Personally, I noticed that he is an anchor and like Parasite.
Go rogue in the base, play their life, and you're wondering where he went. You're trying to track him down. Meanwhile, all kinds of players are getting in the right position to be able to assist, help, or do the exact same thing. So it can always be a problem. But I think you touched on a really important factor here for 5 years, which is in fact Exceed, because you had kind of framed up like, listen, this hasn't really been the best year for Exceed when it comes to placings and what we normally expect from him, which has really been pretty much on top of challengers, or at least having multiple event wins throughout a lot of the years previously, to having maybe a not so consistent year and maybe struggling to find the same players and teams to play around. But when it comes to this year, that's what we saw on map number 1. That was one of the difference makers for as far as getting his team where it needed to. He looked pretty solid on the AR. He was flexing to the stun when he needed to as well. But it was the multi-kills that really led to a lot of the success and a lot of the time that came through here for him. So you go into a protocol control, you can get something similar out of Caden going in towards this as well. That maybe sets you up pretty well for being competitive and going into this map.
It's kind of weird that we're sitting here saying that, it's been a slow year for Caden. He has an elite win under him with that Omid Brooklyn team, but it's just outside of that. It's been, the land placements that you just don't expect from a player like him, especially on FC Black last year when you win majority of the lands that we saw in MW3, and it's just been a kind of bounce around year for a whole bunch of people on this team, and I think finally having a team where you can start to grow, I think we're seeing that in everybody, even at Hixie as well, who just looks a lot more comfortable on this roster than what we've seen with rosters in the past. It's just the growth team here for 5 Fears. Man, are they getting to a position where I think this is a squad that a lot of people are looking at going into champs to be a big hitter to pay attention to. And for this protocol in general, I mean, yeah, we put a lot of focus onto the defensive side, but this is a map where
this is a big map, big swing map. If Fear take this map, it's most likely they'll take the series. I don't see them losing 2 maps in a row, either Rock or now.
And Kenny both clicking on that AR side. If they can start opening up some of those lanes, going over towards B, allow for players like Estrel and Nero to have
that funny story, whenever I was at Major 4, I saw Nero and got a picture, and I looked over and saw a guy, looked familiar, and I was like, that's Nero. I was like, Nero, who is that? And he's like, I was like, is that Johnny? And I called, and it was Gio. And I called Gio Johnny. He's like, no, that's Gio. He's on the team. I was like, I know who Gio is. I'm sorry, I messed with the faces. And then I asked him for a picture, so it was just so awkward. I think Gio didn't hear all of it, but still.
The dealership, and now they're looking to do the exact same thing, replicate what we just saw, just kind of find their flow a little bit. But you have to kind of remember on the other side, like, you're just fighting for your life here. Like, this is everything when it comes down to a matchup. And again, just getting kind of this exposure against a CDL team, it could do a lot for your stock individually as well as your team. So there is just so much riding on both sides, and we'll see if RoKKR have in fact woken up going into this map number 3, get back down to business and try to lock things down for a map number 3 and set yourself up for what would be a very scrappy, a very mixy Skyline.
I'm gonna grab me another drink if they're gonna take another hour to start the match. Like, what's going on?
You have 2 teams that at least have looked pretty solid and pretty close through the first 2, right?
I think this game goes 5. I think that you look at Austin to S&D, the way that both teams are playing, it's weird to say it because we had expectations for this game.
Okay, it looks like they're gonna chat for a minute. I'm grabbing another drink. This wasn't going on.
And where the strengths are coming from for RoKKR, I'd say like that air line has been fantastic across both games. Astro turns up in the
I can always hear you guys.
Still missing that last link of Nero to activate to kind of pick things up in a lot of these high engagement maps like Protocol and Skyline that we're seeing up next. You get to that search and destroy though, and RoKKR are icy in the S&Ds, and that's kind of what we look towards them to kind of be. But for the other side, we put some focus towards Five Fears being, you know, a more SMG-centered team, and I'd say that at the same time, this battle between Fire and Exceed against Kenny and Geo, it has been so fun to watch against these two maps.
Definitely has been. Well, while we're waiting for all the teams to kind of get ready, get their checks in, we are going to take a look at the lower bracket here to see how everything is faring, as these are, of course, elimination games. So you do not want to go out this early in the tournament, but some of us are, and you got the P7 teams going up against one another here. You got Mindfreak over the Stallions, as you pointed that one, Colin. That's definitely one that jumps off the page. Mindfreak starting to get it going here in the lower bracket.
Oh boy, I mean, that's the LCQ team from NA and Stallions. And you look at Asim and Glowfrosty bringing under their helm Drakes and Neom. It looks so good playing under FC Draco in the LCQs. Against a team like Mindfreak, again, it's a test for them, but they should be the favored team. But Mindfreak, they come into a series like Notorious, you get smoked 3-0. You learn a lot from that. You kind of recognize, get the nerves, the confidence gone there, and it looks like they've picked it up completely for this. Big game for Royal Spartans, of course. It's Cruz against his APAC mates across the pond.
True.
And that's one where I think Royal Spartans should be feeling good for, you know, P7 White versus Chaos. I think for Steve Vortex and them, I mean, from what I understand is that they actually touch down from the plane in North America, and then 20 minutes later, we're spawning into that map versus 5 years. So it's a pretty close turnaround for them, and I'm sure that, again, it's one of those things of, like, they're going to get better as the day goes on, and you look at them versus Chaos to pretty much be the favored team against our LATAM representation. But, hey, a little bit of P7 representation going head-to-head down there, and P7 Black, they are feeling good in that 2-0. That's Chunk, Detain, Disarray, and BB Connor versus Twisted, Kez, Lampy, and Niles. So, BB Connor and co, they're looking good.
Yeah, looking good, and very well could solidify themselves.
Did they really kick it back to the bracket?
One of their brother teams, having 3 teams, of course.
Oh, okay. I thought they kicked it back into the bracket and just left it there. What the hell?
One, if not 2, potentially make it to tomorrow, but have to make a heck of a run down here in the lower bracket if you're going to be able to pull something like that off. Still curious what's happening with.
I wonder who is in the lower bracket, because they're.
That one, I think.
I don't think LG or RoKKR might drop down, but they'll definitely make a run then.
Omid just tied the series.
Okay. You'd love to hear that. That one could go. I mean, that's a series that could easily go 5.
Omid's just tied what Notorious series, or are they talking about Omid Brooklyn?
Again,
They're talking about versus Notorious.
The championship game next week for Challengers champs, and I think that you look at those two to be very good. And no, I am wrong. Team Notorious are up 2-0.
Wow.
It was a close game. Probably
Notorious was playing well.
And I mean, as neck and neck as you could.
I've been impressed at 5 Fears. I don't know who the 5th Fear is. There's only 4 people on the team, but.
Man, I had a feeling about this EU team. I'm telling you, man.
Got
It
him.
looked really good, and I'm not just taking that away from what we saw versus Mindfreak. I just mean leading up towards the event, what we've seen the entire year. I think you always got to rate a team that's been together for as long as they have, and you just have to know it's going to pay off, especially in the big moments. And they've been clutch. They've made comebacks in finals, so there is a lot of value when it comes down to what we expect from that squad. But to be 2-0 up over Omid, you know, our DreamHack champions, a week before champs, like that, what a confidence boost, you know? Like, that sets you up.
I mean, I guess you're kind of going through this one.
What matches do we have tomorrow? I'm assuming that we're doing 2 more rounds. There's no way that we don't.
It's just trying to flesh things out going in towards that champ side. So maybe they're testing the waters for some new stuff. I know it's hard to tell because we're not inside the game seeing exactly how things are unfolding. But for Craze and Afro to both drop 40 bombs in game 1, for it to be a 2-point game and then around 11, I mean, that is cinema that is happening in front of our eyes.
I kind of want to shoot butts for you guys to watch her play. They don't start it within 5 minutes.
Sure, but I'd say, you know, there's a lot of stuff. I'd say even for that Team Notorious squad, you know, again, we talked a little bit to some of these players, and Eric Boom, just in general, he was saying that for their boot camp, they've been playing very well against NA's talents. And in fact, he actually used the word, he's been bullying teams from NA right now.
Ooh.
So if
Frame
that's
per
the
second,
energy and
like
the
2
confidence that,
frames per
you know, Team
second. That's
Notorious are bringing
crazy.
in towards champs,
1
I'm
frame
loving
per
it right
second.
now, and they're showing
Obviously,
it at
that's not
least in the
right.
stat
Oh, I
line
need
that
to
we're
check
getting
some
for
other
small
stuff.
mids. So that's going to create a little bit of energy for champs as well to look forward to for this team. I think that for Notorious, the sky's the limit for this team. I mean, you guys are already champions this year. Both of those teams are champions in Open, so that's just a good game overall.
I think so, man. We'll see if Omen can try to do something to bounce back. Again, they still have the lower bracket in case anything does go awry in that map number 3, but certainly would not expect a 3-0. We would maybe be looking for a bounce back, but maybe the Team Notorious are just on point today, and they're looking that solid. Either way, back to our main match.
Shit.
They've been taking their sweet
I'm
time,
ready for tomorrow,
as
too.
we've been podcasting.
It's already 4 o'clock. I
Penalties
just realized that when I've been
back.
looking at the clock, obviously,
Both
but
of these squads, I think, are
it's
still
already
trying to
4
set up
o'clock.
everything in the lobby. May have had
This
a
day
crash.
is
Either
almost
way, we are
over.
gonna take a
We got
small
4.
break to apologize about it, but we'll be right back with map number 3. Map number 3.
Another small break. How long does it take to go from... Hold on. I did not mean to do that in all cap locks. I don't... Let's see. I'm gonna shoot bots for you guys. Actually, we'll leave that up for just a second, but I will shoot bots for you guys. I'm letting Call of Duty load up. I'm gonna let it fully load up. Okay, I'm back. I'm letting Call of Duty load up, and I'm letting y'all watch that. They're taking forever to start the match. There's only a half hour in between each match. Not a half hour, only 20 minutes, but still. Ricochet anti-cheat. Yeah, my butt cheeks. Google messaged me at 4:31:15. What those? Okay. Oh, let me alt tab out of here and go. I am just loading up. God, how quick that is. Okay. Okay. Let's see.
Hello everyone and welcome back as we are finally
Oh
ready
wow,
to
they
jump
get it
into
started
map
just as I get the
number
lobby
3.
going.
Little PC reset
Okay, let
came
me
through,
back out
so
of
hopefully
this.
everyone is good to go, ready to shoot their guns.
But
And
at least
again,
it's loaded
this
up
is
next time we have a break
1-1.
like that.
That is the series count as we jump into the control column.
Top of the screen, guys, do not deceive you. Five Fears did take the hard point, 250 to 207.
Okay, and Abe's gonna get the first blood.
They roared back in the S&D.
Oh,
Now
and
the control,
Exceed
get
and
the
Fire,
save
get a
lock,
kill.
can't
Geo
shake off
responds.
The respawn woes.
Seed already flying into the back of the spawn here. He's going to be able to come up with one quite easily. Second one, unfortunately, caught on Mantle, so won't be able to come up with a double. But we will see now Hixie basically follow right in his steps, and that's great help from Abe. Able to get himself a two-piece, but isn't ready for the secondary challenge. So just about everything evens up, and now this is a good look for RoKKR to start surging forward onto A.
That's a triple sub break off for the defensive 5 Fears Fire. He's in trouble. The only AR that you've got, so breaking out of your spawn now for the defense. It's a triple kill from RoKKR to solidify an ace stack.
Oh wow, here we go. Yeah, I had a feeling RoKKR was going to come strong out in this.
See Nero absolutely pop off, and for the rest of RoKKR, set up for potentially a crossfire from that B side.
Yeah, that's a critical win from Fire. Nero
so it's just 1919 alive, so it's really crucial that RoKKR get a life advantage out of this.
Still a lot of progress onto A. Second tick has been secured. Estriel looking to clear up one on B, and he is ready to pounce right back over to A. Abe trying to deplete that tick as best he possibly can, but he's able to find a nice little kill over the top, and Fire follows up with two himself, so they clear out mid, and now they're looking solid for what could be a defensive setup through the middle of the map.
I'm not really sure why RoKKR doesn't just stack the zone at A. You had so many kills, you had 4 down at one point, but you basically
RoKKR's trying to run them down.
Back into this round now with still that A zone needing to get worked on. Overextension from RoKKR is going to stop that clock for a second.
Yeah, they got
to worry about, and
they got a life deficit. That's RoKKR.
Has he found the timing to get behind two?
But they do have time on this side, I think.
One at least secured, but he is traded out, and now RoKKR right back onto the point. 14 seconds on the clock.
That was a huge
need
coup.
to find success here with the final tick, and the numbers might be enough to try to do it. All alone is Geo and Estriel trying to make the play. Hixie gonna make the diving play. Could he be the hero? He's stalling time for his teammates to get here, and they are able to find him. So 12 seconds on the clock. They did move over to B for a second. They're flip-flopping back and forth, but it's only 4 lives now for RoKKR, and they might not have a chance to touch.
This might be a major blunder coming out from Minnesota. Depending on the way that this game does go, you look back to the start of it, and you get that 4 down at A. You would have loved to see them stack the zone, commit to it,
I think you're right,
and just get that objective done. But instead, you spend so much time worrying about getting that perfect setup for the spawn trap on the offensive side.
Yeah, they
Nero gets shut down. Don't get any presence over towards B, and that Nero might be snapping. So you see right there, but you give up a round that should have been a lot easier off of that A setup that you did have at one point, and 5 Fears. That is something that they are not going to let go.
Yeah, that is a tough one, I think, for sure. Definitely could have had a chance to secure the zone and start working to B, but you can see them starting to work ahead.
It looks like 5 Fears
too far ahead.
Won that round, right?
Now they have a chance to respond on defense themselves. Opening kill for Abe comes and actually connects with 2. So very nice job here off the opening.
Abe got 3, Estriel gets 2.
Responds, shuts him down, has to back down on the 3rd as you have that first tick slowly being worked on.
So I don't know if I'm watching a Jackal or an AR in his hand.
You never know, do you?
Yeah, Estriel was doing the same thing on the dealership.
In the world, man,
it was crazy to watch, but I think for Abe, this is a statement game that he's putting out. 13 now, 14 and 6, having a heyday on protocol. And it's a slow approach over towards A. RoKKR doing a good job at least mitigating the damage done to the objectives. And 50 seconds left. 5 Fears.
He's going to be trying to defend this point. He gets 1 on sidewalk, 1's pushing up heli steps. Heli steps picks him off. That's 3 dead on the side of RoKKR again. Every time I play, I look up, it's 2 or 3 dead out of RoKKR. I mean, they're not all 4 clicking. Look at Geo 4 and 10. Kenny 7 and 10. They're combined 12 and 20. 15. The only reason they're in this game is Nero 15 and 9. Estriel 7 and 10, so that's 14, 19 and 30.
That's also a lot of time off the clock. Now down to
Going
under 30
round
seconds.
Well, you asked for Nero to
3
step up
almost.
this team in the protocol.
It's round 2, obviously.
Good. 22 seconds, 16 lives each.
They each need to start just trading their lives out.
Heads up from
It's gonna be a
Astro.
completely different game.
Shut
I'm
that down
gonna
for the
kill
most
every
part.
time they spawn.
Separated right now.
What's going on?
5 Fears
Appreciate people
members.
hopping in here.
Seems like they're kind of glass half empty until the kills come through, and it's going to be a stack over towards B.
Yeah,
Double progress on A.
Absolutely. It's a bit of a desperation call, but they're trying to split the defense here a little bit for RoKKR. 1-for-1 trades. They do jump off A here for the time being. Fire waits patiently through mid and gets himself a kill, but he realizes, I got to hop back on the time. He's got nobody up with him just yet, just trying to hang on by the skin of his teeth, and he's still able to come up with one. Fire gets a second, keeping the play alive. Third challenge as Fire says no problem. He lights it up, 5 in a row, and now they're looking good for
they've
the
got a
zone.
double life advantage. All they gotta do is trade. They don't even give the point, obviously. Now all they gotta do is trade. That kills huge. This thing kills huge. Yep.
RoKKR, so all 5 fears need to do, post up and play TDM.
Geo, though, critical moment again, finds 2. Kenny follows up with a big 1v1 himself. 4 lives playing up against 7. Advantage certainly for 5 fears. But you have a little bit of map control to work with. Nero trying to come behind the play. Abe, he is onto it. We'll make sure he doesn't get around for free. And now Estriel able to get another 1v1. 3 lives remaining though for RoKKR. 30 seconds left on the clock. 5 playing up against 2. Very well could be the end.
Sorry guys, sorry.
It's Kenny versus the world. A 1v4 is required. He's able to find 2. Gives himself a chance, and they still got to work for the zone here.
Whenever right in, I gotta kill the audio for I left the game running.
It's a good old search and destroy, but all they have to do is stack the zone.
5 fears, man, just unstoppable right now.
5 fears roaring into the offense, and you put everything onto that performance that you saw from Fire at that A zone. The double kill on Sidewalk gets a 3rd one as well, basically resurrects the team with 5 seconds left on offense, and it was a bold strategy. I'd say going for the double stack on either side. I mean, I get why teams do it to separate that defense, but you lose all your fights, and Fire had to go big. He did. He delivers. Now 2-0 up. That does come down to elimination, so it was only
I'm just gonna have to close this out. I'll pull COD back up.
If you're 5 fears. RoKKR did get 2 in their round, so an offensive round here would keep your round 5 defense hopes alive.
There we go.
Good
Sorry guys.
Gets a
Thank you guys
look through the middle as well.
For being patient.
Looking to try to go to the pistol here. 4-5 fears. Exceed gonna backtrack a tad bit, while Abe pushes all the way forward, but that will be nicely read here from Kenny. Now Estriel onto the point, starting to work for that first capture.
You got Hixie around the back. He's going to try to stall things out, but he is taking a long way.
I think they stepped up a little bit. They were a lot more negative before.
For the finesse, he gets a second. Disgusting. Chows with the pistol. He got the damage, but
with Abe and Fire going off, and Exceed is usually been the one doing all the dirty work, but he is just playing his role. He's just a little less than positive, 2 less, but getting important kills, helping on point.
This is going to be the 2nd tick, just about locked in. You feel like Nade's going out through the middle as well, and there it is.
It's just giving 48. I feel like you try to stop it if you're.
Looks like it's going to be a chalk up
they don't
here
have
for
the
5
bad
fears.
position to stop the
Dedicate
safe.
all their attention now over to B.
That's a lot better. You stack it, you pick up the flanks, you make sure that nobody's behind you this time, and no chance for Hixie to disrupt. And that A zone's done. You can start putting your focus over towards B, and I mean, we've seen, especially since the switch over on protocol from B zone
They're looking swole
into this P2 area.
What's going on? I appreciate you guys hopping in here.
Down. That stack causes the offense to, or the defense to spawn so far out. And RoKKR still have a chance to win this.
All right, Hixie.
Well, you're just watching the AMD tournament. RoKKR right now down 0-2 in the control.
Look at the third.
Looking at, they're about to go down 2-1 to 5 fears, which is just kind of crazy. I hate to say it, but this is why they're not at chance while for 4 down. Abe, 2-piece Fire, Exceed was for the kill. They just won 4 trades on the right time.
Against Minnesota RoKKR. In a protocol control. I mean, just take notes. You do not want to chow Abe on this map mode combo. He's feeling good. Lives are now the conversation, though, with 15 seconds. RoKKR with 9.
This shows that when Envoy said that, oh, there's no any challengers, it's just faded. No, that's just gatekeeping. The bottom 4 teams, any challengers teams could replace them, I feel like. Falcons is 4-28 this season, or whatever it is. So Gentlemates is like 7 and fucking 30.
25 seconds left. Abe just being annoying. Just look at how difficult
the only one they couldn't is probably Cloud9, but I feel like we're seeing it right here. They're about to take advantage of RoKKR, and it has not been that close.
will go the way
only really
of
in the
5 Fierce
search,
for a
and it
moment.
still went
10
down to
seconds
around
on the
10, I
clock.
believe.
Nero trying to make something happen in the back. He is shut down. 2 lives now remaining. RoKKR need to make a move.
Close.
All down to 1. Estriel versus the world.
This
Could he
is-
even
this
make
is
it
over.
to the zone with 0.1? He
I'm-
does, but the gunfight does not go his way, and 5 Fierce come out swinging in the control with a hot 3-0.
To the fences with that. I mean, it's something to say about the way that the respawns have been going for this team. Abe is unlocked on the map, and not only that, I mean, the presence that you're getting from Hixie in a lot of these engagements, he is playing so well on the interruption from zone transitions when playing that defense, and also getting involved in the flank aspect as well. But realistically, 29 and 19 out of Abe. And then you look at Fire, 22 and 21, you know, not the prettiest KD, but what he did in that offensive round for the team, it really is the difference maker for that second round. That trip.
Hey, Dad.
Hey, dude. Thanks, bud. These are great.
Well, and I mean, that's just something that they did better than RoKKR, right? They were getting into their spawn, a lot of it thanks to Abe, but when Abe wasn't doing it, Hixie was doing it. So, you know, you're constantly fighting those early battles out of your spawn, you're waiting for the challenges, you're burning time off the clock. So it was just very well done coming through for 5 Fierce, and you gotta feel great. A 3-0 here versus RoKKR to secure yourself a 2-1 advantage in the best of 5 with a lot of highlight clips to go along with it.
Offense on protocol, it's tough. RoKKR, they get 2 of them both times. Have a shot at the A zone. The first one they chuckle, the second one they get A, but then over towards B, you just could never really get anything going down over towards boats, and without that, you're just tunneled into your spawn. And Abe was having a field day against you for that. This moment right here, though, reading that last shell from Kenny and the patience from Fire to make that happen.
With 5 seconds, too.
With 5.4 seconds to capture that, to extend it. And you saw the lives at the end, too. RoKKR were just feeding into the life count that 5 Fierce was holding. It has some good control coming out from 5 Fierce, something to talk about surely throughout the rest of this tournament for them on how good they could be on protocol. You know, for RoKKR, Hacienda was the map that was vetoed for control. Would have thought they would want to chow up over towards Vault, but you know, this is definitely something where you could be testing the waters for what your protocol does look like at the same time. And there's some work to be done for sure, but that's what this tournament's about. Getting some work done.
Getting some work done, getting some prep here leading up to champs, and well, coming away with a nice chunk of cash if we're able to go all the way. But 2-1 here for our challenger. My goodness, did not expect this whatsoever. Again, I think a lot of people would have probably gave a map over to 5 Fierce. I think if you were, looking at this one fundamentally, but RoKKR just have not looked as solid when it comes to the respawns, right? That is where they're severely lacking at the moment. And I feel like you've had a couple of takeovers. It was Exceed, really largely through the map number 1. Abe now through the map number 3. Is there going to be another pass of the baton to someone else here going to map number 4? Because it's a skyline and it's going to be mixy, man.
I will give Abe credit on that hard point. He was the making plays on that rewind for a lot of those breaks for sure. And everybody was there, but you're right. Say Exceed was the one on that rewind, being a big difference maker for Skyline coming up next, and for RoKKR wanting a little bit of a bounce back to go to Game 5. We expected this one to go to a Game 5 for both these two teams after seeing the rewind and the dealership and how close both of those maps really were. But Protocol knocks it down a peg. You got to find a way back, and fortunately enough for Minnesota RoKKR, we saw them play Skyline Hardpoint in their series versus Chaos just prior to this one. They play the LATAM region. They beat them 250 to 137 on this mode. Nero goes absolutely crazy in that series too, and Nero's starting to feel himself off that protocol. He was the shining light for this team in that map number 3, albeit not a good game just in general for the entire team. But for Nero, I mean, you go into the Skyline starting to feel good. You link up with Estriel, and the two of them could look like Shaq and Kobe on this one.
Very well could happen, man. You talk about just those types of players on a map like this, like you thrive in the chaos. And those players, when they start to get a little bit of that flow going, You know, it really can be takeover moments, and those takeover moments lead to some winning games, like we had just saw kind of from that play from Fire previously. So we'll see what happens, man. Skyline's going to be very exciting, but RoKKR are going to have to hit the hard reset here, going to have to hit the big regain. Now, if they do get to a map 5, they have a pretty solid record when it comes to their map 5s. I think they're 3-1, I want to say. So they've been pretty solid. I think that's with the pickup of Kenny, I want to say, but I could be wrong on that. Either way, they've been at least pretty decent when it comes down to getting to those final maps at the end of the series. So if we get to another S&D, I think they're feeling confident, they're feeling good, but can they win a respawn? Now is the biggest question of them all coming into this Skyline hardpoint, Colin.
I didn't think that was going to be a question.
Me neither, brother.
But here we go, we ask. Let's see if they can answer. Skyline is ready. We are looking at Nero to light the way. He goes down first. His teammates follow up, but it's going to be RoKKR in the hill first and foremost. FUVE with a quick flip on the spawns, and now they look to collapse.
Estriel off to a nice little hot start. 2-0 for him. Wow, soaking up a lot of the time. Nice little snap over the top, and Exceed finally puts him down. A couple kills actually end up coming through now, as it will be still a fight for trying to get through the spawns here. If you're RoKKR, want to get that flip if you can for P2, and you can see a route being taken right now from Kenny to do exactly that.
Good lead for RoKKR. Off this first hard point, don't normally see a chunk of time like this, but Geo already making plays. Now, he's just got a whole lot to do though, so all 4 members of FUVE should be in the P2 setup, ready to see if they can flip things around after a poor performance on this first hill, and they're going to be here for the time. Abe, a double kill. And I like that from Exceed. He was looking for a spot to sit, but he's going to have to spawn up with the rest of the team now.
Yeah, most certainly he's going to have to try to make something happen through the back, and Geo there to deliver for 1. A little bit more pressure could come his way. You can see the patience coming through over the top, and who's going to peek first? It will be Geo, but Fire gets the best of him in the 1 versus 1. Tries to take a nice little jump over the top, but will be shut down as Nero's now getting involved in the play. Big double up for him. Time now going the way of RoKKR, up by about 20 seconds, and still 25 seconds up for grabs here as Exceed's going to give it another go.
You want to fight through this one. Exceed peels off. Good read, but Astriel in the chase, so good at following up for those kills, and RoKKR looking really good on the Skyline right now, at least for the pace that they are setting. And you can thank these aggressive
ARs guys. I was committing unholy acts on the toilet.
This one, so on the rotation, Nero now looking to solidify a setup over towards P3. Astriel right beside him. Abe, he's looking to get in.
Yes, he is. Oh, good team shots, but Abe with the snap as
chilly.
Well. We'll deal with Nero. Shadow comes through. The information was there for Fire, but Geo's still able to gun him. So that's going to be a nice win, just to relieve just a little bit of that defensive pressure around the point. Now looking to drop down and get Mixie in and around the point. Good shots come through again. And just about everything unfolding perfectly for RoKKR on the break. That's exactly what's going to happen. They're back on the time for now.
It's controlled chaos right now from Minnesota. 5 fears, half the better side for P4. You don't want to overchallenge this one and risk flipping things out. So you can see how cautious they are on these challenges behind the counter. Nero,
okay,
he falls 16 seconds that you want for 5 fears. They fight in. You got the back spawns. Exceed has to lock it down.
Nero's going off this game. I like this. I want a game 5. Let's go.
Make sure that no one's going to be able to get back here and influence the spawns. Last hill is up. New one has popped, and it looks like the spawns will be good, at least initially here for RoKKR. Geo's also up top, so he's got some high ground to play with, and pretty deep spawns ended up coming through. Were some splits, but you take a look at the back now, and Exceed's actually able to get through. It's a quick flip that ends up happening for 5 fears, and they're now on the time, looking to try to bring this one back.
Yeah, RoKKR in the hot seat for the break, and looks like they're working together thoroughly. One left in the hill, Dave, and Kenny's got the read. He was trapped. Gio's gonna get cut down though. Fortunately enough, Nero's in a position to back him up.
Oh,
on
Nero.
This one, 4 in a row for Nero.
Nero!
5, so 20-9 from Nero on Skyline.
Holy
this
shit,
is the map for him.
He's not
All
letting this
right, he's
happen.
here to play. The man is starting to take
Mom,
over.
you guys here to
Will be
play.
ready. As he was watching that cross, it's a good pickup that comes through to make sure that there's no streaks at play. But this has allowed RoKKR a lot of time on that final hill through the first set. It's going to give them just about a 40-50
Where
point
the
lead or
fuck
so
did my phone
going
go?
into P1, where you can already see the setup looking good
Oh,
initially
literally
again.
underneath
Again,
me.
he's on P1, he's on 3 in a row.
Yeah, he's just soaking up the hill time right now. That's all he needs to do. A couple kills as well to go behind him. And now you've doubled the scoreline of 5 Fears. Heading into the second set of rotations, 5 Fears need to figure out a way through this AR lineup, but I didn't think I'd say that on Skyline. You got to worry about these ARs because they are posted up for P1.
Yeah, a couple of tough performances here from some of the members on 5 Fears, and you can just feel it. They are most certainly in the blender, struggling to win some of those one-on-ones, but it's also from great teamwork, great team shots. RoKKR doing everything right that they need to. However, this is a solid moment coming through for 5 Fears, getting just some of this time on the right side of the map and finding a couple of key kills coming in here and there just to slow them down. But Exceed finds another snap there onto Kenny as Fire goes on 5 in a row. And he'll see if he can maybe earn himself a streak as he plays the time on P1.
Yeah, Hixie's not having a great time on the map right now. It's 10-17, but
you're Hixie, you're not going to have a great time.
Some good setups on these hills, and you look to see him turn it around. AP is hunting right now, but he's got no info, and that's going to tell the rest of the team they are funneling through the front.
All right, Abe wisely backs down, but kind of gets caught on a weird.
But they're back in this already. I mean, my 5 Fears refuse. They're playing for their spots in the leagues, man. I've never seen Exceed really play bad, so I got nothing good to do with them. Fire's been good, Abe's been great, Hixie's been a solid, you know, OBJ. I mean, they got but he has little time right now, but he's been solid at just filling in the gaps.
But the close spawns do allow Hixie to follow up, so a full 60 comes through for 5 Fears on that hill.
I know he's -4, but still be surprised how impactful somebody slightly negative can be.
Heading into the second rotation, 5 Fears with a full 60. Have found themselves
and now they have a lead. Don't they have like 40 or 50? RoKKR is going to get closed out. That is going to be crazy. Doubling. Who would they drop down to? I want to see the bracket in a second. Thanks for hopping in here.
It's been good, but you need to reach the heights that Nero is trying to pull you to.
Okay, Kenny, nice snap there. Also has himself a streak to work with, going in for what could be spawns or whatever you want to use it for, P1, whatever the call might be. But it's 162 to 149. 25 seconds left on this P3 point. It's back and forth just about the whole way through. But that's finally a good moment there for 5 Fears to likely soak up the remaining time and maybe even start to push forward and pressure some of these spawns.
So that's fast from Abe, right into a position to put some pressure on these respawns. Won't be able to get a second one, but he's opened up grass completely. Now inside, Hixie has a chance to make this one a little mixy, but big fight win in the back for Nero again, saving the day for his team. You can see off the respawn with those split spawns, RoKKR are going to be able to set up on these angles and delay this re-hit from 5 Fears. Nero up top. He's got the initial, not able to find a second one, and Abe could open things up.
Good looks here, a chance to now break through the bedroom, see if you can get yourself into the point. Gio, though, holding strong, absolute anchor in the hill, will not be moved, will not budge. And that is a critical moment there to make sure that you come up with some key time to maybe put this one a little bit out of reach. 5 Fears feel the pressure. They know how important some of this time is, and they need to get in here. But Gio has just been a rock, 5 in a row, holding strong on the hard point. Finally will be taken out from Exceed, who manages to slip in for the remaining 15.
Okay. 5 Fears puts them within 20 points. It's all going to come down to this P1.
And this skyline is not as one-sided as it seemed after the first rotation. Good shots from Kenny up top, and you have this P1 setup. And every single time we've got
Abe gets a huge kill on Ken, get him on the top bed.
This time around, I'm sure
Gio's life here is huge. It's 2. Yep. This would look like a game 5 written all over it.
Hixie, though, holds his ground.
But I wouldn't count Fire out. Look at this 43 to right back in it.
Desperately trying to
slide get 20 of it.
8 from the side, does manage to get himself 2. Just needs the support to watch over him. This is still a big 30 seconds left on P1.
Yeah, this is the chance for a swing now for 5 Fears in the map, and RoKKR don't want to let this one slip through their fingertips because it seems like 5 Fears are just getting better every single hardpoint we go to. And this P2 last time, it was a full 60 for 5 Fears, so RoKKR are really dancing with the devil in terms of the end game for Skyline, and they want to get a solid setup over towards P2. Already Nero, he's trying to get in position, but he is alone in this battle.
Yeah, he's got a crucial role to play in the back. Exceed trying to get a read on where the hit's coming from, but Doesn't get a good read on it. And now that's 3 members that go down for 5 fears. It is a 6-point differential at the moment, but RoKKR could very well end it on this point.
Cross.
Full hit from 5
They
fears.
killed Gio. There's 3 of them here for cross. Nero's trying to slow him down. He looks the wrong way. It's 2. Great kill, Texie. There's 3 down. Last one, Gio, bottom right, but they've got the time. That's a bit. They can win here. I wouldn't hop off. You need every second. Yeah, 2 flooding in from piano, 1 kitchen, I believe. No, they're all flooding in from piano.
But 5 fears are in control of the hill. Gio gets in for a moment, but is it going to be enough? They can still the close spawns in the back here, and you called it, Colin. They still have enough time to end it.
RoKKR, they need a break. They need somebody to light this one up. Fire, he is a turret in the back line, and nobody's able to cross this one. He's got to make the play. You only got 9 seconds.
Someone's got to go. It's a contest for a second,
Yeah,
but is that
one more
going to be
contest.
enough? From the backside, it looks like it will be good.
Yeah, rotations in.
to 242. You take a look at the new members on the mini
And there's
map,
2 people, 2 members of RoKKR already at the new hill.
Now they just need to hold
3-1 in person. It was 5 versus 4. 4 dice.
Secure the game and get us to
This
a
guy in
map
the pinch
number
is
5.
huge.
Muir from the middle, able
1.
to come up with 1. Exceed
2.
and A, both collapsing
Looking for
on
the guy at
point.
3.
Looking for kills.
Big kills.
Now they're in the hill. 5 fears looking to do the impossible. To pull
Oh
off
my
a
god,
massive
let's go,
victory.
baby!
Get the job done.
Good shit, 5 fears.
Silence
3-1
the doubters
Toronto.
from challengers and let them know 5 fears take down RoKKR.
I gotta go look at
in
the
Game 4.
chats.
And they light up the respawns with a performance that nobody saw coming. Down by about 60, 70 points in the second rotation, and they mount the comeback. And now for RoKKR, they got some questions to answer for the rest of this tournament. Knocked down to the lower bracket. Wow, what a team we got here with 5 fears. And it succeed across the back end of that, working alongside his subs. Fire
UVSCL spot to admit RoKKR is embarrassing. They're already getting flamed in the chat.
29 kills from Fire and 21 non-traded. I mean, both of them together just seemed like they couldn't die in those setups that just were impenetrable.
Yeah, there was just times where like they needed to go clutch, they needed to hold a wave of kills, they would do it. They needed to break, they would do it. It was incredible. And I mean, we didn't get to hear the game comms at the end, but I can only imagine, I can kind of hear Caden just screaming right now in game chat potentially after a map like that, feeling himself. I mean, he's got to be on top of the world, man. He had 2 great hardpoint maps to be sure. But you know, there was times where it felt like RoKKR, okay, like this is
great series. I'm checking the schedule, see what we're going to do next.
There was not a whole lot of responses, a whole lot of trade kills coming through. I think just about halfway through,
okay.
You can kind of see it where we got around that P3, that P4, where RoKKR almost looked like they were starting to run away with it a bit, but boom, there'd be a break. There'd be an amazing entry with a couple of kills, but man, what an upset, what a performance, and I mean, these guys got to be on top of the moon right now.
Even just look at the turning point for this game, that P2 hill in the second rotation, a full 60. That not only brings you back, but flips the lead in your favor. And it's like that hope that you latch onto that this game is not done yet, and you see it for, you know, players like Abe, who's able to just be resilient in that sub role, put the pressure on. Hixie, who started off slow, but, you know, with that hope, was able to climb right back in. And then every single time we saw that P2 setup, from then on, it was just solid holds coming out from the team. And then even that P1 break towards the end in a hill that we said that this is a moment where RoKKR have constantly been finding hill time on P1s. You finally get that break. You put focus on the hill rather than the rotations.
Yes.
And that's when you see everybody working together on that 5 fears team to not only deny time, but to really set yourself up for that P2 that you've looked good on. That is a good adaptation coming out from 5 fears, and that's a game that I never saw coming from them. First upset of the day, and the CDL team, Minnesota RoKKR, are knocked into the lower bracket by way of 5 fears. And I can imagine that Caden at the end of the game, like you said, he put his finger down on the push to talk and he said, look guys, good game, you guys are awesome.
Oh yeah, that's word for word.
Great games, and I can't wait to play you guys again.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly what Caden said after that one. Oh man, wow. I mean, 3 respawns. 3 respawns they took, and we were framing it up like if they can upset on the dealership on one of RoKKR's best, like that could maybe be your path to taking these guys down. But No, man. By way of respawn, a 3-0 in the control, a couple of solid hard points, man. I mean, that is a great look here for 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, you win the Search and Destroy. The dealership looks fantastic for RoKKR. It really looks like one of their best maps they have as a team, but everything else is just so scrappy. In the rewind, there's just moments where you push a little bit too far in your hill setups and you allow for those spawn outs to happen. For the protocol, just a little bit of a lapse of judgment on when to stack the zone and when to back up and catch those flank members. And it really felt like there wasn't, you know, moments where RoKKR were really fully put together in those. And going into the skyline, as soon as Nero started to slow down on that skyline, there wasn't any assistance on how do you bring that that passion right back into the game. And it's you're looking for perfect moments there if you're Minnesota RoKKR for those setups, and 5 years just weren't letting you get those perfect setups whatsoever. Just constant times where they catch you off kilter and a little bit of that tempo, and you flipped out. Fire and Exceed just weren't missing.
Weren't missing, man. And everybody stepped up at different times throughout that series to make sure that they get that job done. And again, they got to be feeling absolutely on top of the world. What an absolute upset here. And now RoKKR's down there in the lower bracket. And for those lower bracket teams, well, you're like, RoKKR's down here? Oh, man, this does not get any easier, does it?
I didn't see this coming.
No one saw that coming, man. That's incredible. Incredible stuff all around. But again, big props to 5 years. But for now, guys, we are going to take a short break. Do not go too far. We got more intense Call of Duty action coming your way when we come back.
Alright, yo. Alright, yo, we back. What does she want us to hit? Tell me that obviously we're waiting for the next scam match. Again. I'm looking at people next to me streaming. This chick, what's her name? Nine. It's funny that all the guys, twice the hours, half the views. Oh my god, bro! And then they on a female's chat is just so sympathetic. Like, actually, I meant wordplay there. Sympathetic. Not like sympathy. Simp and pathetic. You don't. I'm gonna fucking. I'm gonna turn to the right. A short fucking break. Yeah, sure. My fucking ass, yo. What's going on? I really do appreciate everybody hopping in here. I appreciate a couple people who've been staying the whole dang time, even though it's literally like I'm not sitting here the whole time waiting for real match stuff. Day one continues shortly. I'm assuming they're gonna do round 3, and then do semifinals tomorrow. I can't see them doing a semifinals tonight and leaving just 3 matches for tomorrow. That makes no sense to me. But so we got one more match, and it looks like let's see, Rocker drops down. So who do they drop down? They drop down to play to play the winner of Mind Freaks and Stallions. I think they're gonna play Stallions, but either one's gonna be difficult. And made via credit card. Hold on. Did it just? Let me check my. That is crazy. I want to see something. I think I just got somebody just. My bank just gave me $10 for free. What the fuck? Yeah, they did. $11. That's crazy. That's crazy. Did they just match a deposit and I didn't even know it? No, it would be in credit. What the fuck is that? Okay, so what would you do? Good job, man. What's going on? Yo, what's going on, Gula? They're taking forever to start the matches. They literally just to start a control of the Rocker series. Rockers just got dropped down to losers by 5 Fears. They actually been looking really good. Exceed, Abe, and then Hixie, and then there was one who's their 4th. I forget, but they've been looking really well. And they just dropped down. They just got 3-1 in the hard point, and the hard point they were up 40 or 50 at one point, but Fears was just they were strong. They just got embarrassed. Rocker having to force it to a game 5 to even have a chance, though, shows why they're not at champs. But we are almost 3 hours in the stream, guys. We're 2.5. So I appreciate you, all you fine fellas and gentlemen out there. I'm just chilling, guys. As soon as the match starts, you know I'll be on it. I'm hitting live again. There's no way I'm just sitting here. I'm staying here to stop streaming. I appreciate it. There's been a few people hopping in. We're at 70 views so far. I had a couple times 10 plus people watching, but it falls off. So I'm staying here till the tournament's over. I'm pretty sure we're off the last round here. You see the bracket here. I don't see them go. The semifinals is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those look like the 6 matches they're gonna do tomorrow. Because they've done 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's not even gonna be 6 because they're not gonna stream all of them. I don't think, at least they might actually. That makes sense. They stream all of them. So we got maybe 1, but maybe 2 matches max to watch. But we're waiting on Stallions and Mind Freaks too. I think that's what we're doing. We're waiting on them to. Actually, let me go to the other channel and see what they're saying about it. The other channel. Because Toronto will give updates. When does Floptic play? When does Floptic play? W Rage Bait. I'm just gonna tell these kids rent free. Toronto has not given an update yet. Am I on the wrong stream? Yeah, this is the Challenger stream. Go to the AMD stream. Come on, AMD stream. Alright. Watch, I'm gonna load up to shoot bots again, and then they're gonna go straight to freaking starting the matchup. What even is the next match? I think I don't, Fears versus Brooklyn. I'm not sure. It's the only one that's queued up. Yeah, that's the only match that it can be. Just a moment, guys.
Whether you're a professional technician or
they're about to get started.
maintaining your own cars, Harbor Freight offers quality auto tools to meet your every need at prices that can't be beat. Harbor.
It's not letting me all tab out now. Oh, I'm trying to switch to Call of Duty so I can shoot bots. So you guys don't have to just watch me. But oh, I think I know what to do. Hold on. No, it pulled it up in an extra tab, didn't it? Dang it. I can't end I gotta end the task. It stole my camera. Undo another tab. I'll take it. Let me give you guys your screen back. There you go. I can't kill OBS without kill this without killing everything else too. OBS Studio. I think I might be able to. Let's see. If this the stream ending, guys, I'll be right back, but I don't think it will. Okay, cool. Are we still here? Are we still alive? Yes, we are. See, and I got it to work. There we go. I will let you guys know whenever it goes back, whenever the game comes back on. But I'm gonna shoot bots while we're waiting. I do a kind of challenge sometimes, guys. No bots, please. No, I'm shooting bots. I'm not gonna sit here and wait. Well, nothing. I'm waiting for this and look at a bracket. It's better than just not doing than just sitting here looking at a bracket. As soon as the game starts, I'll switch back. Oh, I did not mean to throw that many recruit bots in there. As soon as the game starts, we're going back over there, but I'm shooting bots in the meantime. I did not mean to put extraction on Babylon. Plus, it's only for 7 minutes anyways. I got the stream pulled up right here. As soon as they go back live, I'll end the game. Okay, let's go. You're asking to look at the bracket, but I've been sitting here for hours looking at the bracket. I'm not gonna keep looking at a blank page. Something to watch. Like hours seeing the bracket is what's affecting people leaving and stuff. The bracket. It's not my turn. I said with that. Say shit out loud. I'm gonna do what I want. But still, I'm looking at brackets for 15-20 minutes in between games. Like that's just a waste of fucking time. For like 30 viewers, I'm just shooting bots. Okay, let's go. I do listen to what people say. I mean, but just because you don't want, you're one person that just wants me to shoot bots. That's my plan the whole time. Tournament was on. We were watching the tournament, but they're not on. Bro, are you? You don't have to watch me, that's fine. If I don't, I mean, people don't take your suggestions. You get all upset, but you never take anybody else's suggestions. I've been sitting here in between games watching a blank page of a bracket for 30 minutes, and I'm gonna shoot bots. I'm not gonna just do nothing the whole long time. I'm sitting here watching the stream. As soon as the game comes back on, I'll literally, that's what's coming on his stream. They play little mini games while they're waiting. Yeah, whatever. I forgot you have much experience doing this. Oh my god, bro. Just get on my stream if you're gonna argue. I really don't care. I don't need the one viewer that bad. I can't even go shoot bots on my own stream without getting a fucking 10-page paragraph from you. It's like, it's my stream, I'll do what I want. I'm not. The bracket is still, while we've been talking, it's still just showing a bracket. Like, the fuck? Why am I gonna sit there and look at that?
L1.
Ready for launch. Strike available.
Go ahead, unsub. Like, what is he gonna do for me? Oh no, I lost the sub.
Check firing. BDA negative. Adjust target coordinates. Firing for effect. 16 rounds.
Because I wanted to shoot bots on my own fucking stream. Like, the fuck? That's good. Don't need black now.
No hit. No hit. Splash. Splash. UAV in the terrace. Be advised. UAV available for that team.
It's still a bracket. Like, how much longer it's been 15-20 minutes. A bracket. Oh.
Clock ticking, Black Ops. Close this shit down.
Thanks for the work. UAV overflight terminated.
Oh.
Hell of an effort, everyone. We earned that. Okay. I mean, we're still. We're still waiting for a bracket, for a match. It's crazy. What's this fucking pointless? I'm about to go check Toronto's Twitter, guys, and see what is. Upset alert. What games are we even seeing today, bro? We can't get a bracket, a schedule, and nothing. Day one continues shortly. Doesn't take this long. What's going on, people? I'm still waiting for the thing to, what do you call it? The, show to start. What's going on, guys? Appreciate you hopping in here. Appreciate all the views. If I can find my stream now, that'd be awesome. I've gotta switch accounts. Why doesn't it just show me my stream? What's going on, guys? Appreciate everybody hopping in here. What's going on, guys? Appreciate everybody hopping in the stream. Drop a like, please. I'm hoping this gets started soon, but I literally have no updates. I'm checking their Twitters. I'm gonna check Challenger's Twitter, but they are not giving any specifics to when this match can start. I don't understand how long it takes to start a match like this. It's just ridiculous. Let's shout out to Toronto and AMD for putting on the online event. We needed some COD after the Major 4 break, but 18 minutes ago they're showing people the Stallions just closed down Mind Freak. Rally Esports just closed out Unity Visual. Black closed out, or P7 Black 3-0'd, and then red, it doesn't show anything. White, P7 White, they have 3 T1. It was 3-0'd, whatever. Oh, Black 3-0'd red. That's crazy. So anyways, so if Black 3-0'd red, that means there's already people in losers round 3, and I think we're waiting for Gorilla Mates to make it through to play Team Notorious. That's the one they want to stream, but we'll go. We will go to. Actually, I'm not doing it on here. I'll do it on my phone. And you'll see what the other people are doing. Farming views out here, I see. Damn, they're taking forever. Yeah, literally everybody in the regular chat is talking about how long they are actually taking. Like, That is just ridiculous. Everybody in the regular shout just read it. They're like, bro, it's been 30 minutes since the last match ended. It ended at roughly 2:20ish. So yeah, it's been freaking at least 25 minutes going on 30. It's for 10K. There are people asking the price. 10K. There's already teams in losers round 3. I don't understand why they're not streaming these games. Ooh, I'm excited for tomorrow and champs next week. I'm excited for all of it. All of it. Oh, this guy really just... Oh, you Sonty beach. Oh, come on. No, he can hit that, though. He can hit that, though. He can hit that, though. Oh. Okay, guys, I'm literally I can't sit here and do nothing for 5-10 more minutes, dude. I'm too OCD for this. I'm gonna go step outside. No, I'm watching to see when the matches start, but I'm taking a break. This is just ridiculous. Fucking 45 minutes until the match starts.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the AMD Overclock 10K tournament. We are getting right back into the action here. It has been a fantastic day of some crazy COD games, man. We've had some upsets, we've had a lot of crazy things that are still happening as well in the bracket, matches that are currently taking place, as well as some good ones that are upcoming as well.
Yeah, I think that nobody saw it coming with Five Fears knocking RoKKR into the lower bracket, but you're right, we got crazy games. Couldn't ask for some better COD, some close matches as well that we're going to recap very, very shortly, but lots of COD still to go through.
Yeah, lots of COD to still go through, and again, another big shout out to AMD. Make sure you guys do head over to their Twitter, follow AMD, follow AMD Gaming. Give a big thanks to them for as far as putting this event on a week before Champs, giving us something, you know, just to test the waters a little bit before we get into the big tournament of the year before UWC, of course, as well. So it is it's a really nice tester before we get into the big action. So again, go follow them over at AMD and AMD Gaming. But jumping back into the action that's ahead of us here, if we take a look at the bracket, we have a lot of crazy games that have been taking place here, Colin. And again, a lot of the big upsets. We just saw Five Fears take out RoKKR, send them down to the lower bracket where they're going to have a lot of work to do, a lot of series to win before they're going to see those grand finals. And then you also have Team Notorious that beat Omid. It's hard to say that's necessarily a big upset because both, I think, are very equally talented. But overall, they played a very close set. I mean, it was 248s to like 250s in the hard points. It doesn't get any closer than that, man.
Map 1, Map 4, both times Notorious walk away 250, 248. That's as close as he can get. 3-2 control, 6-5 search and destroy. Both teams just neck and neck as expected between big names like Notorious and Omid, but just across in general, Stallions beat Mindfreak after being down 2-1. Royal Spartans, they're going to knock out Unity as well in the lower bracket. P7 is knocked out by P7 Black, and P7 White knocks out Chaos moving forward into the lower bracket. We're still waiting on a round 2 match between LAG mates and Team War, and you can see that Team War is tied up with them right now, where they did take the hard point away from our other CDL team that we do have in the bracket. And I know you guys want to see the CDL teams. I said we saw RoKKR. They couldn't get it done versus 5 Fears. Have to make the lower bracket run. And I hope to see LAG mates push through the winners bracket too after seeing an upset.
Hey, what's up, Tom?
With Team War and how good they've been.
Yeah, you. My bad. No, I was looking at the chat. Can you hear me, Tom?
This tournament as well.
What is going on? Yeah, I can hear my voice.
Team Notorious and Team War in the upper bracket from what we saw in DreamHack.
Yeah, that's a throwback for sure. It would be interesting to see how they'd be able to fare this time around as well. Go back to
Tom Huddles. How's your day going, man?
Very fun series going the distance, but we'll see what ends up happening. And yeah, it would be crazy to see 2 CDL teams down in the lower bracket, especially just after round number 2. I think you would expect them to have gotten to round 3, but I think that also shows that these challenger teams are very, very hungry, man, and they're out here and they're looking to win. They're looking to get
Yo, Tom, can you hear me, bud?
Possible before going into World Champs.
And you even think about pro-ams that we had at MW2. Times that we've seen CDL teams versus challengers, EWC last year, for example.
Yeah, this is a tournament that has a couple pros teams in it. Sorry, I'm taking these headphones off because these guys are talking. Yeah, they have RoKKR and Gorilla Mates are in it. Falcons were supposed to be in it, and even Cloud9. Falcons couldn't make it. Cloud9 couldn't make it. But yeah, I love the CDL too. This is $10,000, basically like a minor tournament, but not officially, with 13 challengers teams or 14 and 2 pro teams. And it's a weekend before Champs. Champs starts on Thursday. It's Saturday, correct? So yeah, we got 5 days till Champs, and we've been waiting for some Call of Duty. It's been about a month since Major 4. I was actually there in person, speaking. Gotta rep the merch. I was actually there at Major 4 in person. So yeah. Anyways, but yeah. So we're watching it. They're taking forever to load up matches, but. But we've had some good matches so far. 5 Fears, one of the challengers teams, knocked RoKKR down to losers bracket. Actually, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but it is. Anyways, it's in this first part of the bracket. They moved it. But yeah. So tournament's going good. I think we got 1, maybe 2 more matchups. And then we're done for the day. Toronto, my favorite team. Hope they win champs. Yeah, Toronto's a great team. Toronto's one of like my Optics, my favorite team, but I really like Toronto. I really like Joe on that team. Kleenex has been amazing. I like Beans as an AR, really fast aggression AR. So yeah, I really respect Toronto as an organization. They put a lot of money into the scene. So and where are you from? I've got some friends from Vancouver and Ontario and Toronto, so I know a bunch of Canadians. Actually, a lot of my teammates, they play in the Challengers Cups, but have been Canadians.
More importantly, I look at the protocol and the plays that he was making.
And they're also playing Rex. I actually met ProLoot here at the bottom. I met ProLoot at the last event. I actually have a picture with him.
Looking good, and I think the big thing for this OMID Brooklyn team that we haven't really seen them is they haven't dropped the map today.
Optic wrecked is the last 2 times. What do you mean by that? They choked it against the last 2 teams. Is that what you mean?
A lot of these guys have been digging around in challengers now. It feels like for
yeah, they need to pull it together.
It's maybe been a little bit here, you know, for ProLoot, but we've seen him there. Yuli as well, we saw him there.
But no, they've actually looked really good. They went top 4 at Major 4. When I saw them in person, they played great. The crowd was roaring. Let me fix my hair real quick. The crowd was roaring, and you know, I'm from Kitchener, actually, not going to champs though. Toronto, you're in Kitchener. Why don't you just buy a 1-day ticket or something? You're right there, my guy. Optic beat you last 2 times. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm happy about that. I'm sorry, but yeah, I live in Oklahoma, Tulsa, Oklahoma, which is about 3 or 4 hours from Dallas. So that's why I went to the Dallas event. Toronto is still really good. It's just that certain teams have their numbers, and I think that the top 2 teams have their number. I think they have Surge's number. I just saw them in person. Major 4. What was it on this? May 22nd, 23rd. I was there the whole event. But I actually have pictures with. Was it no? I don't have any pictures with Toronto players. Oh, actually, I have a picture with one of the Toronto characters in the game though, like a guy dressed up as a live character, like a 6'2" guy, and I have a picture. Broke Canadian prices. You saw them in person when? Oh yeah, the Canadian prices are out of control. But yeah, just Major 4. I was there. I saw the scrap drama whenever him and Super got into it, and here we go. We're starting them into the game. So yeah, that was sick. And actually, it kind of pissed me off because I was charging my phone, so I wasn't. I had like a front row seat, so I was off to the side charging my phone whenever Scrap and Super like started like getting into handsy with each other, I guess you could put it.
Is a fantastic start to the skyline.
Right now we got OMID Brooklyn starting off with early hill time, about 10 seconds. I've honestly got 5 fears, but I haven't seen Brooklyn. I met ProLoot, and I've played against Standy.
Coverage inside of Jim from Yuli. He is able to come up with a big key kill, and well, that's going to be 3. Make it 4 down here. We'll see if everybody does get the spawn in. Looks like they will get the close spawn, but now
I appreciate everybody for hopping in the stream. Please like and drop a sub.
Off hill 1 for OMID Brooklyn. 5 fears have to be careful to lose these back spawns, and they're doing good to win.
Drop me a sub and a like. I would greatly appreciate it. Why is my viewer count always off on this side? Okay, so this is, this is Brooklyn up basically 30 points. Big kill out of Abe. Abe kills him. That's 3 down for the side of Fears. And they're just trying to hold this P3. Yeah, P2, he's holding the rotation and P2. Or P3. Yeah, it's closer. I'll just show you, they're on my Instagram. If you want my Instagram, let me pull up my IG. Actually, I'll pull up the picture right here. Hold on, and show you.
Surprising too. There's a lot of ground to cover to make that happen, but 5 fears, they overextend their hands, and OMID Brooklyn disassemble it. So over towards New. You got a full stack of 5 fears players in the back.
I will find it. Do not you worry. Stay here. I want you to see it. I got a Toronto picture.
5 fears going to be the first to touch in Hill 3.
All right, 40-point differential. Omit Brooklyn off to a good
This
start.
was the
5 years,
day.
one that's gonna
I don't
need to
remember if it
start
was
now.
maybe
Very
right here.
control
I got it.
and trying to cut the middle
You
of the
still
map.
there?
Pixie just
See, look,
has
there's
not been
me
able to find
in
it here
the
so far.
Toronto,
7-4-8. Fire now a little bit.
like the
Some of
guy
players
dressed up as a
looking great.
Toronto
Aim
like
shots
player
are good
character.
onto 2. Now you just need trades, and the subs will follow through.
And I'll
with
show
another
you.
couple
I'll
of
show you
kills.
some more
Able to
photos.
double up. He's up to 12 and 6.
That's a good break
Here's
for Omid, at least taking time away from 5 fears. From this
Here's
hill.
me and
30
Skunk
seconds
and
left, so
Hex.
They can look to push a little bit further.
I got
Gonna
a picture with Scumpy. I just never posted.
In behind this,
And
he's not gonna be
then
ready for
there, I got
side
so many.
5 fears fighting from the left preferred side.
Here's me, Maven, and
for this
Puckett.
hill, but more preferred for the
Right
rotation.
there.
Standy 3 in a row,
And
Brooklyn just continue to lay down the law for this game.
me and Blaze actually got a cool one. I like that photo. I posted it. That's one of my profile pics, I think, on IG. There's me and Nero, who just got jobbed on a lyrics, but me and Nero.
The pacing, setting the tempo, it's being felt on the map, and Prolin's doing a great job of just cutting down the members.
There's
but
me
also
and
getting good
Gio.
info for his teammates on where they're hitting from.
Looks like it's going to be a full group, 4 or 5 fears.
Yeah,
Trying to
so
make their way around the
pretty
bracket.
cool. I got tons of them, man. You have to. If you go to my IG, I'm gonna end up posting all of these. It's kind of annoying posting a grid though.
Go down again. 40 seconds that Omit are ready
Yeah,
to
I love
go.
it. It was worth every penny. We spent about $1,000 on that trip, maybe 1,500 max, and me and my brother, and it was worth every penny. I wouldn't take it. I'd burn the money instead of not going into the event because it was just that worth it.
Again, are good. The team collapsing on the hill at the perfect moment. It's just been a touch better here for Omit Brooklyn, and they are now up drastically over 100 points as we get into the second
Appreciate you though.
So similar start to what RoKKR pulled out against 5 fears in our series just previous to this one, and you know, 5 fears, this was their moment to fully come back in the skyline. However, they're losing so many battles inside the hill. Omit have been finding themselves in countless break attempts through P2 all the way to P4, and with that, 5 fears just haven't really had a time to get a proper setup for this hard point. And for P1 just in general, this is a good amount of time. Hixie wins a fight inside the hill against Standy, and this is finally where we see 5 fears start to get some momentum on the map.
Yeah, you need it desperately. Try to mount this comeback, try to get some points. At the very least, you want some of this time to go neutral here and make sure that Omit Brooklyn do not clean it up for free. Standy left out to dry on the hill, and well, Yuli in the back here. He's able to come up with 2, but is quickly traded out, so the spawns should still stay in favor of 5 fears, which is exactly what you want because you still got forward pressure here on P1.
Look towards New and Brolu. Going to do some damage. It's a play from Exceed. He's going to be able to stop that. And 5 fears, a little slow. They are chipping away at this lead. Triple hit out to Kitchen, and you got 3 players on 5 fears ready to deal with it.
Abe up top. Won't get a stun connection, but Exceed does a great job of locking down the back. Standy waiting patiently for that overchild, does not come through. So now you're starting to get something going. Exceed's up to 5 in a row after that slow start. He was 5 and 10, now up to 15.
Okay, so let's give you a match. Omit is up by 45-ish, and
big time now, starting to go over.
I don't know, Fears has been playing well, and right now it's just Hixie and Fire just need to pick it up just a tad, and then this game is going in their favor. Abe is firing, Exceed is doing his thing. But on the other side, you got Standy, the only person negative for that team, and the other 3 are positive. But it's for how positive they are, they only have a 25-point lead. So that's 4, that's 7, that's 7 or minus 3. They're positive 4, positive 5 in favor of Omit. So the fact that it's this close shows that the fundamentals out of Fear are really good.
Trades just no longer a factor, it feels like, for the most part for Omit Brooklyn. That was finally a moment where they're able to get some real control back in the game, but it was just about a 20-point differential. Huge job for 5 fears to work back into the game, but now they need to find a way to break down the defense here.
What's going on? I appreciate the viewers hopping in.
Ready to cut down the
Drop a
players
like.
flooding into the hill, but his teammates are just getting great team shots, and once again, 3 players going to drop for 5 fears.
Immediately up the respawn, you look at Pixie. He's going to drop on down into the pool behind the play. See if you can pull these spawns away now. Big win from Yuli. That's going to put an early stop to this one. Still spawning so far out from this P4 rotation. Omid bounced right back into the lead that they had after that first set of rotations was done. And last time we saw Five Fears contesting for this hill, but they never were able to break it. We go 1 for 1 in the trade column, but still you are struggling to get some kills on the board.
Brack has been a demon in this position. So difficult to deal with. The stun, though, could loosen it up, make it a tad bit easier, and Yuli actually going to reinforce, try to help. And she knows exactly where Brack is. Just need to win the battle, and oh, Fire does. How about the Chow? Able to get himself in through the front. And those are deep spawns now coming through for Omid Brooklyn. But
this looks like a map in favor of Brooklyn. It's 210 to 150-ish right now. They're getting, if they get the next 20 maybe. They'd have to translate this into a P1, but they're playing this very methodically. He's trying to find him. He knows one secret. Yeah, the one bathtub slides out, it kills him, but Yui gets 3 and takes it back. And that's huge time. Like, even though it's only 10 seconds, that puts them 30 off, half a hill away.
Omid Brooklyn, they flip the script now into the P3 rotations. And it's another wave of kills for Prolu to hop inside that time. See if you can switch out with a couple players. Abe's going to be found out down towards Waits, and you have Five Fears spawning all the way towards the back of P4. Austin, 18 seconds left. And Omid Brooklyn, they got cruise control on. They are smooth sailing through this game 1.
Everybody has participated as well. You can see it on the scoreboard. 30 kills there for Brack as he might end on the 6th spree. Couple more seconds and that is all done and dusted. Heck of a game and a great start. Omid Brooklyn still flawless on the day.
This is a team that's built to be champions. This is a team that is looking to ease their way into a winning mentality, and games like this, just look how simple it is for them to have those rotations on a skyline, really have the setups set in place, and as soon as one player goes down, there's somebody right there to fill those gaps. And there's so many times where you thought that you had a moment where Five Fears were going to be in the right steps, in the setup to start to claw their way back. P2 rotations were good for this team, but everything else for Five Fears just wasn't able to connect.
Yep. It simply was not a good moment there at P2, but it felt like there was just excellent recovery when we got to the P3 hill and just holding onto the spawns, and also a lot of patience from Prolute at the very end, knowing like, listen, we don't need to force anything. We're up massively. We can still close this game out with, you know, another 20, 30 seconds. So let's play it slow. Let's play it right. Let's not jump the gun. And that's, I think, some of the comms that they had talked about probably leading up to this, saying, listen, there's times where we just need to not be chaotic. We need to listen to one another, direct one another. And I think you really felt that on that skyline in that map number 1.
I think that is the least chaotic skyline hardpoint that I've ever watched. Very calm from Omid Brooklyn. And you look at this team, all 4 players on the roster for Omid Brooklyn. These guys are winners. Standy, he's a CDL major winner. The rest of them have been in the CDL up and down. Brack, in years previous, playing on Florida, really elevating that team into, you know, competitive standings. Prolute on Optic, Yuli for London Royal Ravens. These guys have that mentality to get to the league. They've been there. They can do it again. And putting them onto a roster almost seems like a cheat code when you watch them play. And I think personally, watching Standy this year, this is the best I've ever seen him play. And when it comes down to listening to the communication he brings to the roster and the moments that he has as an individual, it's insane to see his growth in BO6, and really towards the end of that game too, 5 kills in a row to put it away for that, and this graph wasn't even close.
No, it wasn't. Not a whole lot of back and forth like we've been seeing through maybe a lot of our hard points, at least at one point or another throughout the day. This was very one-sided, and again, it comes through a lot of that early pressure. I think that was able to get like 40 seconds off of P1. Just gives you such a massive advantage to play leader's advantage at times where you can rotate early, win those initial battles, and set up and lock in some more time. And that's exactly what they were doing and replicating, it felt like, over and over.
So how do you find your way back right now if you're 5 Fears? You just beat Minnesota RoKKR in the series previous to this one. The hard points were close, they were contested, and it just didn't seem like you're able to recreate that against a team like this. And I think just in general, you're hoping that this gets pretty scrappy.
Yeah.
I think that maybe you look at that last series if you're 5 Fears and say, well, it was unorganized on the map. And when you get organized Call of Duty from Omen Brooklyn, it's not even close.
Fair enough. Well, Skyline Hardpoint, that is in the history books. A good solid win coming through for Omen. But we will take a look at the red card search and destroy. We've seen one of these a little bit earlier on in the day for our first match, but it has been a lot of dealership, which of course would also be our last map pending we were able to go the distance. But, you know, a good chance to reset going in towards the red card. I think there were a lot of good things that we did see on the dealership previously that maybe didn't necessarily work out against RoKKR coming through for 5 Fears, but there was a lot of good looks, a lot of good plays that I think were in the cards, and there was also quite a few first bloods, I think, if I remember correctly. I want to say they were getting at least active earlier on. Just whether or not that's going to actually work out here for them again. Against a team that's just looking very crisp, and again, I rate them very highly when it comes to S&D just based off of those 4 individuals. When it comes to that game mode, they've almost always been consistent, if not excelled. You know, like players like Prolu, where he kind of came up in that game mode.
I think the biggest worry that I have for 5 Fears going into this red card search and destroy is the amount of times you found yourselves in numerous numbers advantages in a post-plant situation or in a defensive situation, and RoKKR were still able to come back in that round and steal it away. You know, you talk about Geo in the 4K that he had back in round 1 on that dealership. Estriel with the 3K that he had back in round 8 or 7 to pull things back as well. And there's just so many times where 5 Fears go from a team that looks like they're clicking and synergizing completely to 4 individuals looking to do 4 different things on the map. And it's a boot camp for a reason. It's a tournament leading into champs for a reason, as you want to see things like that get fixed from game to game. And I think you need to look at somebody like Exceed or like Hixie to start to speak up in those moments that you have the advantage. Let's not give it away. Let's slow things down, try to figure out this map and how we're going to put this one in the win column for our team.
That's what it comes down to, getting yourself a win here, and more importantly, just making sure that everyone knows that Omen Brooklyn can bleed, because they have not shown any signs of weakness on the day.
7-0.
That's impressive. That's impressive with the talent that we have here in Winners Round 3. But let's see what we're in store for as we jump into map number 2. 5 Fears up against Omen Brooklyn. Attacking first will be Omen Brooklyn as things are flipped at the top. We will get that change there for you. But already some early shots taking place. Duns and Nate's not going out before the trophies are in play.
Yeah, it is going to slow things down for the second for Omen Brooklyn, but I think they've recognized that they've lost that space at A. It's going to be a quick rotate onto B. Only player here is going to be Abe. Close by is Fire, but it's all on Abe right now.
Oh, the stun. Unfortunate jump there for Prolute. And Abe now has the chance to still make a big play here. He gets the call, but he chows right into 2 players there, hoping maybe for one isolated gunfight. Doesn't happen. First blood secured, and now a chance to work into the site.
Second one from Yuli. Standy. As it is all down to Exceed on the flank, and he is so late to the party. Bomb's going to go down, 25 seconds, and plenty of time to wait it out. He'll line up for himself, but is he able to play his life? Oh my goodness!
Oh my goodness, Colin! What are we witnessing? Exceed might pull off one of the most insane 1v4s. Prolute having to play his life, but has no idea where Exceed is repositioned to. And how do you play this? A bomb check might be forced to come through. Prolute playing the corner, and he should have saw him on the cross. So Exceed may have guessed wrong. But almost one of the biggest fumbles we've ever seen. Just Prolute plays it like he always plays it. He's an S&D star for a reason. My goodness, that was unreal.
Wow. So we get to see a chance for Exceed to do the impossible. And here they are, shutting it down. Home at Brooklyn. What a way for them to put themselves on the board for round 1. But for Exceed, he almost had himself a moment. That was as perfect a B take as it got. But, you know, maybe you get a little bit overzealous on the attack over towards Exceed. You say to each other, hey, why aren't we trading this one out, guys? This is getting a little too close for comfort, but trust in Prolute.
Yeah, that was certainly a little too close for comfort. Very unfortunate. But either way, Prelude still secures the round for them, so they get to all take a big, deep breath. But still, 4-0 right now for Exceed. Don't want to throw your life away. Little nade Hail Mary over the top, looking for it to bounce down. And does find a connection, but will be chowed from inner. And, well, everything just basically goes awry there in a matter of seconds, as it will be a 2-0 advantage here for Omid Brooklyn.
What a moment there for Omid Brooklyn. Again, just pull things apart. Now on the defensive side. And realistically, there's no eyes on stage or people clearing these positions from Five Fears. You walk into an area like the A bomb site, you want to make sure that you have somebody over towards H2. You're paying attention towards the top triple. And somebody has to clear bottom stage, but it just seems like you're walking in blind to a lot of these setups there. And to me, that screams there's a lack of communication in some of these rounds on the offensive takes, and it struggles on dealership that we saw from Five Fears now showing against Omid to a lot grander of a scale.
Really looking for a bounce back round if you are Five Fears. A couple of different looks going to come through the middle. Fire able to dodge away from the nades that were coming right for him, but not the second one. Brack throws at Kobe. And that will find the connection. So another first blood here for Omid Brooklyn.
And a second one too from Yuli. So you've shut down both defensive attempts to start to get some space. Hicksy's going to get some information, drops right on down. He tried to stop Proloop, but I don't know about that one, buddy.
Desperate.
That is a little bit too much to deal with. And Five Fears, they are throwing themselves all wild.
Yeah, it feels like they're just losing numbers, so there's desperation that's starting to creep in, and I think you see it right there with that chow. Hicksy gets one shot. He wants to drop down and find one, but you know, even if he finds the guy below him, he's likely going to get traded out. Difficult starts to a lot of these opening rounds here. And you haven't really had a whole lot of production from the majority of the members so far for Five Fears. They're just being outplayed, I would say, from Omid Brooklyn that are step ahead, getting good looks, good nades as well. They're just making it really difficult for you to get some information, it almost feels like, on the map at the moment.
Something's got to budge at some point for Five Fears. Same position that you saw yourself in the dealership, 0-3 down. Now into the attacking side for another opportunity. As it is going to be an A hit, but look at Yuli. He's just waiting for the call to hit this one fast on the flank through mid.
Brack, he knows he's under pressure here. Stun check going to come through. He's going to back all the way up, play his life, wait for the reinforcements to either work around the map or come and back him up. But that's a great read onto Yuli. Secondary chow comes through. Fire with the hip fire. Okay, Brack. Probably not ready for that kill cam if he watches it back. But either way, much better start here for Five Fears, all down to 1. It would be a 1 versus 4. Likely not going to happen. And my goodness, Five Fears. That is a way to get the job done. Huge shout there to Fire, who finds the double.
Yeah, it's a big moment again. And Fire's been good under pressure, especially against RoKKR just the series before. At the same time, I mean, you look at the play call from Omid Brooklyn to send both Standy and Yuli through mid and through bleachers to see if you can get that flank going. Omid Brooklyn stopped finally, though, and Five Fears going to put themselves on the board. And at 3K in the game from Fire, yeah, it is going to surely ignite some passion for this team going into the rest of the search.
Have to now get the ball rolling, find some momentum. And Standy wants to kick off the round with some aggression right inside of Ticket. But opening gunfight, back and forth we go. Numbers swing the way of Omid Brooklyn. Again, looking solid on some of these opening engagements. They always just get the extra kill just to give them the advantage. And now they'll start working into B, and Yuli's already done some of that groundwork.
And 3v2 for the take. Site is open, but you don't have bomb and Fire. He's actually going to win a huge fight versus Brack all the way into the spawn of Omid Brooklyn, and that's going to leave bomb on an island. Everything that you've done here for Omid Brooklyn has been for nothing. You have to go back and get this.
Fire is also on the 4 in a row that you mentioned. 35 seconds, though, left on the clock. Not a great position, as they start to clear out some of the space. Just get a read on where this hit's going to be coming from. And it looks like it will be moving back over to A. Some clearance has been made up front from Yuli, and the timing could work out very interesting here. This could be a chance for a free bomb plan.
At least on A. And Yuli's in a position to catch a rotation. Exceed with the nade out. Puts Fire into 1v2. He's going to go top triple, and Yuli has been spotted, or he thought he would. Fire, he's playing this one from H2.
Yuli spotted. Won't finish off the kill. Trying to get a read on where the second player is going to be at, and unfortunately, Fire's guessing wrong at this point in time. And there is so many areas you got to clear. With how open this site is, long-range gun battles likely going to take place. They know Fire's close on the site. Tries to take the chow. Gets a look at Yuli, but Yuli's going to finish that off. No problem. Omit.
Phone with my dad. Sorry, guys. I'm on the phone with my dad. I just need to take a quick call real quick.
It's honestly unfortunate, too, because you make the play there. Pushing into Omit's spawn. Brack goes down. The bomb is down as well. Top third, basically, for the attacker side. And I guess you don't see the bomb. You don't see that it's down, and suddenly enough, you're hoping that you can maybe catch Omit Brooklyn trying to plant at either A or B, but the timing just completely goes away from you. And now you're looking down the barrel of a 3-round difference yet again. And you need an offensive win here for sure.
Definitely looking for a get back in this round number 6. A little bit of information on the crosses I think was gathered. But 2 players are going to be playing on the A site, so they're ready for the aggression. Now starting to back up as the trophy system was dropped, just to bait out some of the tacticals and nades potentially. But still down to about 55 seconds left, and you are pretty hard committed to this site, but no kills have dropped yet.
Yeah, Abe's in a tough spot. Brack's gonna re-clear this one, but he's been seeing Abe. That's your call to hopefully finish this kill, and he does. And Bomb just looking to stay alive in a 3 versus 3. Exceed to the rescue. Is this a call to just re-wrap B? Oh, he's going back in.
They have the numbers. Yuli, almost turns and burns, but Abe finishes off the kill, and well, his teammate also able to win their one. So 5 Fears, they play it patient. Looks a little dicey, but they're able to just outwork their opponents there in that engagement, and it does pay off for their second round.
I thought for a second after getting that kill, and Abe gets over to the doorways, up the stairways through mid, and that was going to be a fast pivot over towards B, but I mean, that was screaming panic button rotate. You just didn't feel comfortable in that spot. Abe, it's more of a disengage. You give that space back, you recollect your thoughts, and you reach out with some more confidence into Yuli. So 5 Fears going to keep themselves away from map point. Let's see if they can claw down this 2-round gap to just a 1-round gap.
A lot of doors being broken open, a lot of noise being made. Yuli forced it back down for a second. His teammates just completely get involved in the play. Trophy system out, bomb going down, setup is in, and now it's time to try to break into B here in a 2v4.
There's so many times this B site has looked very vulnerable for 5 Fears. On the attack for Omit, they recognize where the weakest link of this map is so far on attack, and it's that B site.
Sure.
And as soon as they get in, Yuli fading with the noise through the doorways, forces Abe into a spot where he is not ready for the hit through bleachers. 5-2. And Search and Destroy for 5 Fears just hasn't really been all there, even against on Dealership versus RoKKR. It is something that they struggle to have any sense of control to these rounds, struggling at playing their lives and reading where these attacks are coming from. And it has been the opposite for Omit Brooklyn, especially looking back to their first series against Orchid, one of the best Search and Destroy teams we have in Challengers. They beat them 6-2. They are firing.
Door's gonna be popped open. You can take a little bit more risk here too. You're up by quite a few rounds. Standy, a little bait and switch there for his teammate as he slides back down the steps, and looks like they're gonna completely wrap back because it's a middle hit that ended up coming through for 5 Fears, but now they're a tad bit exposed. They haven't necessarily gotten more control of either site yet, but they could start to move into B.
Good nade. First blood again for Omid Brooklyn, and it forces your hand to make a play over towards this B site, but at the same time, you have to dedicate yourself to watching for this quick hit on the retake. They are going to send this one for Omid Brooklyn. They know they have lives here.
Dixie over the top, waiting for the chow to come through the left or the right door. But you said it, bomb is now down. Prolute looking for an angle, as now you're seeing a couple players wrap in to potentially find Fire, who's playing the outskirts, and he does get picked up. So now you're very vulnerable on the site, but Exceed and Hixie both win their ones.
You back up. Exceed's got a lot of space to fight for. Hixie's gonna go for the re-wrap around, and there's no way they recognize this.
Oh, I don't think so, but he doesn't finish off.
The Meats family has finally gained a member. Meet Applewood Smoked Ham. Smoked is their middle name. 2 for $7 ham and Swiss melts. Arby's, we have...
Able to win their gun battles, but does not matter, as there is no time left here for the bomb.
5 years live to tell another round so far. And for this red card, just in general, you're switching back onto the defensive side. Your offense has looked a little bit, at least put in place. You're winning these rounds. Abe, the one previous, Exceed here and now, winning a big fight on site, and then Hixie on the finesse there, just drawing out enough time. But for the defensive side, Omid Brooklyn have been picking you apart at this B site, and 5 Fears need an answer. This time the changeup is to send 2 through mid. Fast hit to meet this with aggression.
All right, Sandy's been going here just about every single round. And this time around, he won't fully commit to the challenge. Stuns, nades, all coming out. Yuli's going to make sure his teammate gets out safely. That will be the play, but there's still lots of pressure around mid, and there's the first blood. Yuli finds a connection with the nade.
That is not what you would have wanted, but the fast flank from Abe, he gets 2. Numbers for 5 Fears, and this is where he's saying rounds like this, you have to win. We saw them chuckle this a couple times versus Rocker, but bomb down against them, post plant set up into the defensive spawn. You still have Brack and Prolute, who have been icy today.
Oh, Exceed just needs to play his life up top, and he's unable to do so. So Prolute actually has a chance to be quite annoying here, but Abe's there to collapse in the back. So now all down to 1, and well, it is not going to work out. You saw the look, you saw the angles, but 5 Fears, they are quick to collapse. They play it patient enough, the trades are good enough, and they will find themselves another round.
1 by 1, slow and steady for 5 Fears. We know this team and what they're capable of. It is just trying to play your life in those big moments. Abe, so fast on that flank through P5 out to the bleachers to get behind the play. It was a good call from just in general 5 Fears to meet that aggression that Omid have been throwing at B with aggression through Ticket. You shut off Standy from that space. You force them back into a tough spot. It mixes up with all the timings, and you know, in that defensive pressure there for Omid when they're being attacked in that situation where they're not able to have those power positions really set up, you open up so many timings for Abe to hit those flanks.
Sometimes that last round, most difficult to close out. You're seeing it hold true here, as the nades have played a massive part of this map, and Abe's able to back away just in the nick of time. More nades you see kind of coming over towards B. But everyone playing patient here, waiting for someone to almost scam, give their life away for free. Standy thought about it, but he's going to completely back up.
This is a good call from Omid. Throw some lives away. Tunnel them over towards the A site. Brack, first blood, he backs up. Numbers now for Omid Brooklyn, but Exceed's going to answer back, and now for 5 Fears, you got to make sure that you don't get traded out, but Exceed's going to give up his spacing towards stage, and Fire is so far away from Abe right now.
Yeah, they are not close, and yeah, Fire was forced to take the challenge. Omid Brooklyn say thank you very much. They isolate, they back up, they play the map beautifully, and in the end, they do get the closing round, 6-4, and they are still yet to drop a map, and that puts them 2-0 up here in this winners round 3.
I was expecting a little bit more from 5 Fears throughout this series. They really set some expectations taking down Minnesota Rocker, but Omid Brooklyn are showing up, at least this weekend, with some ferocious feelings to get into champs at the best level that they possibly can. And 6-4 on the search and destroy, a hard point that really wasn't close whatsoever. This team is really leveling up at the right time of the year.
I agree. I mean, they're hitting their stride at the perfect moment. This is when you want to level up. You want to hit that final form, right? Going into champs, secure that EWC spot, get yourself the best possible chance to maybe even win the entire event. But looking over a lot of these replays, I feel like a lot of these kills that actually came out throughout this game were actually by way of nade. A lot of great nades that were set up. And of course, this moment that almost looked like Exceed was going to 1v4 there as he goes for the snap and almost made something special happen. I'm sure something else would have been said in game chat. But man, this has been just a great look at what I come to expect. So I think these 4 individuals when you get them into a search and destroy game, and that is really disciplined gameplay, not over challenging, but also throwing your weight around at moments to see how the setup is looking. What can we get away with? When can we go for flanks? So the collapses always felt like they were on point. Very impressed with what they showed. And yeah, man, there's a reason these guys are just on the roll that they're on today. They are just completely on point, all 4 of them.
I even think at round 5, when you see the bomb go down from Brack in the 2 versus 2 for 5 fears on defense, where they set themselves up in such an advantageous spot. You don't see the bomb left, and you do such a good job if you're Standy and Yuli at clearing your base. Yuli goes the extra step further to actually catch that rotation to put it into a 2 versus 1. It's the extra step that Omid Brooklyn takes in some of those rounds just to really put 5 fears on the back foot sometimes, that you can see just how practiced these players are
right
in search and destroy. And I think you said it the best, is that these are players that in search and destroy, this is their bread and butter. So many times we've seen Yuli over the past couple of years really dial it up in this game mode, and even looking back at it, it's just first 3 rounds again against 5 fears, just like we saw in the dealership. And albeit they're able to come back later on, it's just the damage was done so early that, Omid Brooklyn off to such a hot start towards those last couple of rounds. A few adaptations on actually trying to read where 5 fears were going with some of their defensive setups, and a lot of fights that, if you're just not able to win them, if you're Abe in that sense, you get shut down on the flank time and time again. Omid Brooklyn, they're going to read you. They're not just going to fall for that trap twice in a row.
No, I agree 100%, and it felt like you could see some of the desperation starting to seep through a little bit for, just trying to find some gunfights at times, because you're just getting naded at the start. So it's like, man, just give me a gunfight, and that's what a good S&D team is going to do. They're going to punish you, they're going to make things difficult, and they're going to be hard kills on the map, man. And Omid Brooklyn, they've been hard kills on the map all day long, and they're looking to keep that going heading into what would be our map number 3. But we will take a short break. We will get ready for that map 3. We'll be right back with map 3 after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We are right in the midst of this series here as we get ready to jump in towards map number 3. It has been a one-sided affair here thus far, but maybe we could see something out of 5 years to bring this back. But so far, it has been one story. It's been Omit Brooklyn. They're looking crisp. They're looking clean. Looking unbeatable, I would even go as far to say right now, as they've not dropped a single map on the day, Colin. They're looking final.
I'll say I didn't expect Omit Brooklyn to look this good. They look like the best team in the tournament at the moment from what we've seen. I mean, 5 Fears, they beat RoKKR. You go into this match for winners round 3. You expect a lot from them after that. And right. Omit haven't dropped the map. You're wondering, is it a strength of the bracket? Do they just have the better schedule going in towards it? But no, I mean, you look at you look at Omit Brooklyn throughout those first 2 games that we saw today. The Skyline, they're not making any mistakes on the read breaks for those hills. They have perfect setups on Skyline and almost perfect communication as well.
Yeah.
Search and destroy. You're not over-channeling. You're not getting aggressive in situations where you really don't need to. And playing your life really goes a long way for a red card. They were just flawless.
I agree. 100%. But let's take a look at the bracket before we jump into map number 3, because we got some things going on here for us, Colin. So down at the bottom, RoKKR unfortunately have bowed out. They have had some, I think, technical issues throughout today. Then, of course, did end up losing that match versus 5 Fears and ended up losing all the respawns there. So they have bowed out in the lower bracket, which means that Stallions now move on. On the other side for our CDL team, it is LAG mates that are able to secure the map 5, but they do get tested quite hard there from Team War as they now gear up against Team Notorious.
Yeah, I think nobody's really surprised that Lightmates are kind of winning game 5s. Their Search and Destroy looks so good. Lunars especially. I know we don't get to see that match in general, but I mean, you can trust just by the way LAG mates play through the CDL year. Yes, it's been, you know, tough in other game modes, but their Search and Destroy has looked fantastic. And for Team War, you give them the test, but you're just not able to get it done. So I'm excited to see that Team War is playing LAG mates close in that same regards. And, you know, it's unfortunate that we see RoKKR bowing out in the way that they do, but hey, my God, if you're dealing with technical difficulties, it's going to make the tournament pretty frustrating for yourself. And I think this is a situation that if you're dealing with those technical difficulties, you might as well just, you know, call it quits on the day from what we're seeing. And for Stallions, I'm sure that they're happy that that happens before they get knocked out.
Yeah.
If they were going to.
Yeah, I'm sure. Stallions get to get a little sign of relief here.
What is going on, guys? I really appreciate your guys' patience. Everybody who's been in and out of the stream throughout the day. I had to deal with an important phone call. Got that out of the way, so we are good.
Let's get back.
I appreciate you guys tuning in. I think we're going into the last map. Come on, Brooklyn, close this out, because I'm honestly, we 4 hours in, and your boy is, look, I know, hashtag part-timer, yada, yada, yada.
Through Team Notorious, a lot of people looking to get rid of the.
Regardless, I think that I'm gonna end the stream after this match, even if I'll let it play through. Proloop. Proloop's really good, man. Met him, and I forget who I shot him. Hey, when you do that, whenever you shoot your teammate, or at least at him.
Second tick well on the way. Yuli using the ladder and the pistol to see if he can try to get something, but gets punished for the play. And now you're starting to see a couple of response kills come through on the defense. That will be just about as clean as it gets for clearing out the point. And now you got 2 ticks to work with, but you got to fight out of your spawn.
Exceed with the hard reads right now, especially on the player towards the ladder. He's seeing if he can lock down this Lambo position, sliding around Omni movement against Yuli, and that is going to.
What's going on, people?
Omit Brooklyn a little bit further. Have to dedicate some more lives just to take him out of that position. 31 seconds. You get the 2 segments at A. And honestly, that third one is halfway done. So if you go 4 down, if you're 5 Fears, it is going to be an easy zone to fully capture.
Well, Abe's in a good spot to stop his push on A, but the focus might very well be driven over to B. We'll see exactly where they're leaning. I mean, time's running a little bit low, but it looks like patience could pay off. Yuli does catch Abe slipping a tad bit, but the gunfight's on the B zone itself. They are currently being lost, so the initial start was great, sure, but now Yuli's forced to jump on A. He's cleaned up swiftly, and the time is just no longer in your favor. Standy has to gun it to the point, and he won't make it there. So maybe a tad bit of a miscue, but also a good job from Five Fears playing some excellent defense and doing a good job of controlling the map.
Hey, Tom Huddles, I don't see you. Oh, there you are.
Reading the player towards the ladder. He finds himself a double kill all the way into Lambo as well. He does 5 kills in a row at the start of this one, and you know it's tough. Just
why, Gulu? Why are you
right off the get-go, but
under a
so
different
far,
handle? What the
we've
fuck?
seen is that you want to go towards A, see if you can get the harder zone captured first, but when it fails, it is so hard to recollect yourself and get there and re-clearing not just Secret, but through Rock as well as you and inside Bridge, and there's so many different angles for the defense to set up on. That third segment is so difficult to
Fears
capture.
gets around.
Well, a much better start, at least initially, for 5 Fears. Exactly what we wanted to see change, and Yuli's off to a hot start there, but his teammates going to basically go even for as far as the trades. Early pressure brought over to B has pretty much been shut down up to this point, where Hixie now has a chance to get forward, but Brack finds a double with his nade, and well, that's going to leave Hixie out to dry, so he knows he has to start pushing forward here, and they've kind of lost track of him, but it doesn't matter. There will be a clean sweep once again as Fire will he get the read in the corner. Yuli, no way he slips away, he's out of there. The bait switch is so good.
I know what Brack's been practicing is set nades over the break between tournaments. And in 5 years, I'm going to make a Hail Mary play over towards A. You see player number 6, Abe, trying to catch some of the players off of the respawn block, and he gets at least a 1. So stack onto this A site. Hixie's going to find Yuli. A couple kills in retaliation, and now the time's going to be ticking very low. 38 seconds, 23 playing 19, and you have to make a quick read onto which zone to go to, and it looks like
it's pretty clear. I'll stop this, bro. Just close this out, please.
Starting to work for the
I like Fears, but you guys are jumping in the losers.
He's been the only one that's been able to really get this far forward, but finally his teammates getting involved in the play. Brack from top dark wants to cut off the respawners, make sure the reinforcements do not have ease of access into the point, but his teammates are still going to need to clear the point, and it looks like Yuli's been able to get involved to do exactly that. So 20 seconds now remaining, 18 lives playing up against 15. Have to make a decision on where you're going, and it looks like they're going to try to go for A, as it has been a stop of the clock, and that second tick just about locked.
Oh, and he just backs on down. He is going to allow these players from Moment Brooklyn to try to make a play for the zone, but instead they funnel into all the gunfights that 5 Fears have been waiting for. The A zone gets captured, 12 lives playing 16. And you're back off the respawn for a couple of them. Hixie's going to stick around to see if he can take some exits off this A zone. And he is opening up some lanes right now for the rest of his teammates to get involved.
Oh, good finesse from Hixie, doing as much as he can to buy time, and Abe is there to find the trade. So 8 lives remaining here for 5 Fears, but they got a little bit of time to work with. If you can find Standy here cleanly, that is an excellent start to start moving back onto the map. But there's a lot of players that are going to have a forward position. One of them, Brack, he's going to be behind the entire play. He lines up 2, and he gets info on the remaining 2. That's going to make things pretty hard to try to push through well.
5 lives versus 10. 37 seconds. All you need to do right now if you're home at Brooklyn is trade each other out. And you got Prolude on the flank. No matter what you do, eventually you're going to get shot in the back. Abe's goes down way too early here. And Exceed, he is on a route.
Yep.
1v9?
You can do something like that 1v4 from the S&D, maybe. But not going to happen. Not in the cards. A good look. A nice transition over to A to make sure that you do manage to get those 3 segments, but unfortunately was unable to really get a whole lot going towards B. Now, a part of that was just because of the defense getting into some key positions, shutting down the push, getting behind the play before it even started. So at the very least, you're seeing 1-2 players dropping and you're getting a read on where the push is coming from.
Oh.
Come on, get another one, yo.
5 Fears a little bit better on the attack. They get the zone captured. They get an extra tick at B as well. So far leading in objective. Brooklyn now
get one more.
An answer with the B attack off the break off. Hixie around the outside.
All right, Hixie starts off. Standing responds.
The damage onto Prolude. Can he stay alive?
Abe
He's losing
with a big
his teammates
one.
around him, and is still
Prelude
bringing
is going
a
to be
lot of
on this
attention
B
over towards this
point,
B zone, but
and
it
he
is
falls.
so hard to live in that position.
Yeah, it really is.
Julie was waiting patiently for the dark challenge, just never really came through.
Exceed,
well,
catches
he's also
one,
cut down,
grass
trying to navigate
connector,
between A or B.
Yui,
So
and
no early progress.
I hate when it does that. I don't know whose name it didn't show.
From behind, and
Fire, I think
the
it
trades
is.
are even as they start to move backward onto the map.
No, it's somebody's name hasn't been showing all day.
On to A now. Standy with the late attack through Halls. Bridge as well. He's going to be caught. Exceed and Hixie clearing towards the top to see if you can take some pressure off of these objectives. And so far, so good in winning your one-on-ones. I like this call from Brack. You win this one, it's going to put some pressure onto the respawns now, and it opens up a route over towards B. And
Come on,
I'd like
close
to see
this
the rest
out.
of them at Brooklyn. See if you can get patio control and assist Prelude here.
Oh, Prelude.
I always not say that, guys. Of course, a little game 5, but it's Omen's winning the series anyways.
The shots come in,
Like,
and well, the trades are beautiful.
look at
This
their
is
stats
Andy and
right
the
now.
family
Like
start
none
getting
of
some
them.
progress onto
Yeah, see,
B.
they're about to
So 2 ticks of progress locked in. Third on the
extend
way.
this
It
with a
looks like
minute
it's
50
probably just going to be a
essentially,
chalk
and
up
then
unless
get
they
an A.
get the
They
top
need to
patio
4
in
down and
time.
hop
And
back
no,
on
they
it.
cannot. So a minute 48 now to
Oh,
work
they're
with here
spawned
for
with
Omen
2.
as they start to IFA.
Well, that was a great back off, but he doesn't get away.
Brash is going to go up top patio, see if he can get into the office, start to catch some players set up for this defensive setup. But Five Fears have pushed this line of scrimmage so far forward into the spawn of Omen Brooklyn. You win these fights, it's good, but you lose these fights. There's already a segment at A already chalked, so you have to play your life here and make this one as scrappy as possible. Well, Brack isn't involved.
Good one-on-ones being won throughout the map, though, so you are slowing down a little bit of this pressure and just eliminating some of that time slowly but surely off of the clock. Down to just over a minute now. 13 lives playing up against 13 lives. Exceed getting a read on this push and is really trying to work with A, but loses his teammate, decides to back up, wants to reposition, and is ready to play down low if he needs to.
All the fights being won by Five Fears. Exceed snaps onto Brack. Exceed's going to see if he can catch a couple more players rotating across the line. Statue, Prelude
8-11.
takes him out of the equation very early on, but it's only a 2-life lead. There's still 34 seconds. You do not want to get over aggressive here if you're Five Fears, because you are still walking on eggshells.
You're absolutely right. Needs to be a clean set of kills to come through if you're going to be able to get anything done on A.
Oh, that's perfect.
And we'll move down low in the staircase. Fire has been up top, it feels like, for quite a while on a couple of his lives, but finally dealt with. Brack now looking to go forward. Shots on to Exceed. Ready for the reach out. Doesn't come his way. He realizes he's got to make a move for the zone. And now it's all down to Standy for what would be a 1v7. Not going to have any luck at it either. Five Fears. Pretty clinical when it
I
comes
would have
down to
got
the defensive
that.
setup. Had a lot of time they had to kill. They do so pretty successfully.
Okay, this is too high. I put my monitor up high thinking it would help. I'll put my hands up.
The way that they've been able to re-stabilize in
I
this
think
defensive
Omen's so
setup.
close to this out
You know, in
regardless.
the round offense that we saw from the likes of Five Fears, they capture the A zone, they move over towards B, and just not able to fully get anything done. You see that resurgence come out from a team like Omit Brooklyn, and you know, vice versa. When Omit gets that B zone captured, instead of chasing Brack in your spawn, everybody from Five Fears is just cutting down the lives from Omit Brooklyn and bringing it all the way down to the wire, where a defensive team is going to feel a lot more comfortable than what we get off the offense. So breakoffs have been pretty sloppy on both sides and not really leading to any zone captures, and it doesn't look like this time it's going to be any better with 4 down right away. Omit Brooklyn looking to fly.
Yeah, great work. Already positioned up top, ready to go down low with Standy. So you got the setup that you want, and you stop the first segment from being completed as well. So a lot of wins to kick this one off, but now the challenge is
Big
coming
kills.
through, and
Yeah,
while
push
they're
him in
just
this one. That's
lining
4
up,
dead.
They're being
Push him in
knocked
this
down.
one. Push
2
him.
lives lost here for Omit Brooklyn. 8 lost on the other side for Five Fears as they now got to get out of the spawn trap. You can just feel it. This has been very difficult to get any kind of control to even just win a gun battle, it feels like, here for round number 4.
37 seconds. Time stopped at A.
Yes, I believe this is the last
go.
match of the day.
2-3
It has to be. And
You look
there's not much of the
see,
bracket
he's just going
left.
to run forward. Abe's got the knife out. 21-18. Now see if he can put them in the blender.
Abe trying to go forward again. He's able to at least get one more. Abe just about secured, working on that third segment. Exceed keeping them held off inside of the top lobby room and does a good job of that. So now you want to slow it down a little bit. You got a minute 25 here on the clock. The lives at least have been brought back, but you're getting a lot of forward pressure from Omen, and it looks like they're just trying to push a little bit too far, and now they're a little bit deceptive to what could be a push onto B, pending they don't win these gun battles.
Well,
but Standy does end up backing up and finding exactly that.
And again, just the defensive team. You lose the one zone, you put all your eggs into.
Okay, we're going round 5. It looks like. I mean, they got a minute left, and they got B to capture. Big kill out of Brack.
Looking to get lost, tucks himself away.
Yeah, you gotta trade here, Brack. Oh, at least back out. Oh, they get 3 down. You know, there's 3 down for both each side.
Brack's alone outside.
Fire's alive.
And he's got so
Brack
much to deal with.
Brack takes Fire down, and they can see they push forward. That should be the round.
Silenced again.
What a moment there.
All they need is. Oh no, I called it a little early. All they need is a 4 down.
What is going to be 6 lives remaining, likely a round number 5. ProLoot just holding the push up top. Have to make a move, and you got to find kills cleanly. At the very least, you need some trades to follow through here as Hixie makes his move, but Standy holds strong. Able to put together a couple more kills. No respawns remaining. 10 seconds on the clock. More kills coming on through. And it feels like you got just about nothing left in the tank. Just a chance for a touch here, but Exceed would have to do it all.
Nade stuns, bullets flying, everything running at you. We're going to round 5 on the control.
Round
Dawson,
5, come on.
If I am doing my math correctly, pretty sure the objectives are even on both ends. So coming down to the slang for this one, I'm not doing the math on that, on who's going to have that round 5 defense. But
I'm pretty sure it's going to be Omit. They have the sling. He's at 3,600 at least.
You know, at least capturing one of the zones, but every single time that you're trying to transfer from zone to zone, the defensive team is doing a great job at catching those exit kills.
Right.
And you saw it from Omen in this round just in particular, trying to fight through office to make sure that that isn't a possibility to have the offensive team own that space on the rotation over towards B is such a crucial
Omen has offense. I honestly, this is probably good for them though.
Well, attacking is in fact going to be Omit Brooklyn, but they've had a couple of rough starts, at least right off the bat. Time around, they get the first blood, they get the read on Exceed, and they're actually going to force him back. Now the trades that come through top
that's
dark,
3
but
down.
Says no,
Standy gets a good trade.
Huge double up, and that forces ProLoot to basically completely back up and try to play his life.
Oh, there must have been a team kill there.
ProLoot's going to chase it, so 2 kills.
ProLoot got a big kill.
Inside.
Yeah, hold this, hold this.
Spot somebody on the respawn.
Oh my gosh, that's 3 dead. Hop point, end the shit.
Shotguns fire. And he's going to sit here and wait for the rest of them to go.
Oh yeah, he's stopping him off spawn to get that AR reloaded so you can just beam him ass.
Situation just happened here for 5 Fears. They have to now play for ProLoot together before they can start looking towards the zone.
Oh yeah, stall is dumbass.
Almost secured, and there it is. It is locked in. 6 life lead, almost 2 minutes worth of time as they're now transitioning right into B.
Going to step on. When everything is
they got it. I was almost like, not going to point to that. They got nearly a minute 40 on the clock. 11 seconds. 4-point line V3. Make that 4 again. Make it 3.
Just looking for a way to open up this route onto the B zone. Unfortunately, though, for Omit Brooklyn, it's not as clean as you would like to. And 5 Fears are doing a great job at cleaning things up.
Outer fences has been secured. You also make sure that there is no ticks locked in, but it does just take 1 good feed.
That was a bad shot.
Quickly. Abe down low.
Nah, he's getting lost.
Might have just found the perfect angle to get behind 1, maybe
it's
2.
2 for 2. And then we got 1 guy well and 1 guy middle connector. It's a big gunfight. You gotta kill connector's dead. There's 2 on him though. Fountain Weak. It might come down to lives.
Minute left on the clock here at round 5.
Can you steal this one away? Omit Brooklyn for the 3-0 sweep. 5 Fears They want that map 4. They put themselves in a great spot to solidify it. There's just 47 seconds left to see yourself continue.
Oh, why would you switch to your guns? There's 2. Stop the time. Let your teammates get there. Yeah.
Buckling your seatbelt.
Oh my God, you're joking, right?
Telling a dad joke, or skipping this commercial. So
yeah, skipping it.
Way, backs up, has a bit of support with him, but the kills have not necessarily come through convincingly.
7-9. They just need to play for a 4 down. Play iron. You have 30 seconds. 1.
Completely chaotic as you make this
2.
Push with 25 seconds left. 6 lives playing up against 7. You're just trying to surge forward and make it happen.
Oh my God.
What a shot from Yuli. Last chance. 16
about to hit
seconds,
it,
lives or time, it doesn't matter. It's now or never. So Yuli on the time, he's going to contest it. In for 3 in a row. Alone though, 3 kills the other way. 5 fears, looks like they've done enough. Austin to push us to a map 4 in the series. They're not done yet.
I'm taking a break then, or we're going to an HP. God damn it.
Life left in them. Comes down to the wire.
I'm taking
the moment Brooklyn can't get it done on offense here in the final round, and just that constant pressure flooding through Dark, flooding through you, never giving them a full chance to get 4 members across on the fences. Excellent job of just really being annoying, playing in from behind, doing what you need to do to make sure there was no easy access on that zone.
You love that from the defensive side. On every single time we saw the team lose A or B, it's the way that you're able to regain is something you look at. A lot of teams, they struggle for maps like Hacienda, maps like Volt as well. Sometimes on Protocol, when you go 4 down, it's really hard to work out of the spawn, especially if it's the B zone that's getting attacked. But the way that you're able to move back in through top office countless times, just get those exit kills, make sure that you have no worry for that snowball from zone to zone. It is just excellent patience coming out from both teams on defense to make sure that they have a way back into those rounds, because you never once were worried about teams to just lose it outright off of losing one zone alone.
Exactly the case. So we get ourselves a map number 4. The series will extend, and well, we do have our answer from earlier, whether or not Omit Brooklyn bleed. They do in fact bleed, but can you kill it? Can you take it down? That's really the big question, because they have been fairly electric when it comes to just about every single mode. But this one also goes the distance to around 5. A lot of key moments coming through, though. You saw a lot of those flanks that was plaguing 5 fears a little bit earlier on in these rounds, and then they were able to find some of those adjustments and do some of that themselves too, doing a really good job of just tracking members, I think, a little bit better as as the map went on. But we'll see what ends up happening here, Colin. We got ourselves a series at the very least.
Yeah, do we? So map 4 guaranteed. Omit Brooklyn loses one. And the couple pairs even to look at throughout this game, so many moments from Prolude and Brack. I mean, moments where it could have been easy stacks from 5 fears onto zone to zone for their offensive side, but you see Prolude go big in a couple of individual moments. Brack just holding his own and playing his life very well, just not giving it up for free. Same can be said for 5 fears, and you know, seeing Exceed play so well, but Abe as well finding his footing into this game too, to push into the spawn countless times. Hixie not afraid to get involved with that spawn trap from the defensive side, and that is a way to finally put yourself on the board. And we've already seen one reverse sweep today. Team War, they did it versus the Royal Spartans back in winners round 1. Is this a moment where you can find yourself in the semifinals now? Off of a reverse sweep, if you're 5 fears.
There's a chance, right? You played the rewind hardpoint a little bit earlier on versus RoKKR. You looked pretty solid on it. That was the closing map. And there was a lot of great moments, I feel like, throughout that map where they were making the right plays. They were working together quite well. You could see the fundamentals, you know, seeping through into the gameplay without question. And those are the types of things that you're going to have to do versus an Omit team, because you're not going to beat them by pure slaying. You're going to beat them through fundamentals. And again, having the experience of being able to have this rep a little bit earlier on, looking pretty solid on it and controlling it for the most part versus RoKKR, has got to give you a bit of confidence for what could be a potential reverse sweep. But then again, that Skyline hardpoint, you know, if you go back to at least what we were seeing there, and every single member dropping 30+ kills, it felt like they were on one. They were a little bit ahead of the curve. So I'd like to see a little bit of adaptation, I think, come through when it gets to this rewind hardpoint. Be a little bit swifter on those rotations and see if you can try to get to some of those spawn points first. I think that's really going to be the key versus a team that almost feels so disciplined at times.
Yeah, Ultimate Brooklyn, they looked lights out on that map 1 Skyline hardpoints, and you know, you think back to even that rewind hardpoint happened against RoKKR, how many things had to almost line up for you to put away that rewind towards the end of it. And the same could be said about the Skyline hardpoint in the map 4. That doesn't translate to this series as well for FUVE Fears. And going into this rewind hardpoint, it's not going to be those chances to miraculously find yourself in that hard point after a triple kill out of Abe, or exceed walking to those spawns for free and pulling them for your team. It has to be fundamental. It has to be put together. You look to somebody on this team to start to step up in that leadership role and try to keep that level head throughout this entire game. Who's going to be calling the rotations? Who's going to watch the flank and make sure that if you're miscounting how many players are in front of you, you have to watch for that fourth one. You have to make sure that you're picking up that fourth player, because we saw it so many times on that Skyline that either Yuli or Prolute or Standy are going to be looking to rotate behind you and pull those spawns.
Well, let's see if they can track the members down a little bit better. Map number 4, potential reverse sweep in the cards here for what would be FUVE Fears having to take this one in the next. We'll see what happens as we jump right into the action around P1. Already Prolute off to a solid start, getting himself a couple kills early on, but the time will go the way of FUVE Fears first as they get themselves on time first.
It is a great back and forth for FUVE Fears, but he is a player missing. Yuli, he gets it to Mac Blue. Abe turns around, backs him off, but in doing so, 3 down, 4, FUVE Fears, and over Brooklyn gonna get themselves a little bit of time off this hard point. So this is now where you have to recognize FUVE Fears want to overchow this and spawn out.
Playing, patiently waiting. Seed able to get away with one, and well, more importantly, plays his life. Standy gets the call out and does manage to at least get the kill, but still a lot to deal with in front of him. Fire's got the pinch coming through from Hixie. They do a great job of finding the kills, but in the back, Yuli, Prolute, Brack, all players that are looking to play for the spawns.
Okay, we just got loaded into the hard point. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys, but I am kind of cooked. And I'm ready. This is the last match. Yeah, it has to be. It's getting late. I don't see them doing another one. Why is this site not even showing? Or does he not have a site?
Doesn't have the gun ready for the secondary channel. Standy says, no problem. I got you, brother. He's right
I've been
back
seeing
on the
all
time
jackals.
himself. 3 in a row for Standy as he starts to get mixed and gets bumped. Might be looking to try to push through P1. The patience is beautiful. Finds Abe for a nice cleanup. FUVE Fears might have the lead, but the scrap time looks to go the way of Omit Brooklyn as the new hill just about to pop.
That's a play here from Omit Brooklyn, looking for those back P4 spawns.
Who the hell said Kismet is shooting?
That it is going to cut you off. Standy on 5 in a row.
Kismet isn't in the series.
The charge back in towards this hard point as Yuli just flies and sends it. Trades in, but Omit are here. It's a tight game that you're going to fight for. Standy tagged up from the nade, and it's FUVE Fears to battle back from the front of this hill. Still, though, have
Fears are really going to force a game 5, aren't they?
More preferred side.
Prolute trying to get Taz, trying to get a look, but doesn't have a whole lot of support. The setup just wasn't necessarily in just yet before he made that move. So now forced away a little bit of defense. The spawn's going to be a little bit parallel here across the map.
A very big rotation. Holding these spawns, rotating to P3 or P4 and 5 is or 3 and 4, sorry. It's more about holding the P4 spawns and getting P3 time, because you'll get a full 60 pretty much by holding the spawns, and you just kind of scrape 20 points off of P3 and you'll be good. That's where you really make your points. So it's gonna come down on these 2 hills right here.
Out, right? He does. Yuli goes down, and
Hixie's anchoring. They have nobody in the hill yet. The 50-second mark, they'll hop in the hill.
Lead, and Omit Brooklyn look a little disconnected on this map. You gotta wait for all 4 to be ready for this hit.
Man, that's the value of Charlie Hixie right there. Unbelievable stuff to play his life. Find 3 kills, follows up with a 4th in that life. 35 seconds left on this time. Abe is saying, hard block, I'm going rogue, baby. As he looks for the second lineup, won't get it. But again, great information on where the remaining players are at. And Prelude's the only one that might be able to give this a look. And he gets behind the play, but is quickly read, quickly cleaned up. One last hit from the front. It's just about all dealt with. And this has been an incredible hill so far here from Five Fears.
Yeah, Five Fears, so good.
We're going to a game 5. This is just, it says game 5 written all over it. Yeah, Brack and Yuli are 14 and 25 combined. 2 and 3, so they negative 10, negative 9 on their team. They could get this. They get a full 60 here. They could do it, but they need to break. Brack kill. Exceed response. Yuli gets another one. Yuli gets that makes it 3. Gets 2. No, this next kill is huge. Brack gets another one. That's huge. That's huge. That 28 that should go in the favor of Omit Brooklyn. Oh, and Prelude just kills his teammate. Oh, and teammate, enemy close. It's white trash again.
That's a tough one too for Prelude. Yuli was on 4 in a row, so put an end to your own
Hixie
streaks there.
trying to get involved.
Semi-solid heal.
Okay.
Brooklyn, not to give up
Yeah, like he just said, semi-solid. There's still a 60, about a 2-point lead for Fears, but this is the best place to run back. Get 20-30 points here, keep them off of it, and then rotate to 2 and early. Let them get to 150, rotate at the end, but you can't give them early time here, or you guys are screwed.
Brooklyn really starting to feel the pressure of what is going to need to be required breaks before this lead just gets a little bit too out of hand. So a lot in front of you.
It's 3 dead
not a whole lot of
on the side of for 4 a moment. Fire trades one out.
Knows the importance of trying to make sure they're on the right side of the map, leading to the hill after P1.
It was a huge kill out of Fire, but he's 24 points.
Finds another kill,
It would be huge, but they are not getting any time yet. They keep switching colors, guys, and that's why I seem confused. Is they keep switching colors on me, and obviously I don't know which team is which. I do know which team is which, but whenever they're on time, like last time, red was Fears. Good kill, Fire, Hixie. Prelude, the 2 trades. This trash can kill us too. You kill the kid trash can, you get the spawns. There's 3, and 3 spawns there. One on the hill, 3 spawn trash. They actually are kind of.
Prelude had made the play, but now Standy needs to make the play, and over the top of the dumpster, he is not allowed to do so.
That's 4 off respawn for.
Do in fact stay close enough here, and Five Fears will continue to pour on the pressure. Keep the numbers close. Yuli going to give it one last go. They know they need to compete for this time, but it is looking very unlikely, as the new hill is also going to be coming up here very soon as well.
Something about Five Fears and Rewind spawns. They know something I don't. But a 100-point lead heading into P3 now, and Omit Brooklyn once again going to be the first ones here. Prelude though, bad timing, and Hixie's hot on his trails. The timing worked out again. This time Prelude snaps, but 6 HP. He's still got more to worry about.
100-point differential. Fire just putting them down left, right, and center. 4 in a row now for him. He's really heating up. And oh, Abe up close. This is looking like we're going to a map number 5. Killing spree after killing spree. You got Abe who's just finessing his life on time. Ready for the chow, but won't finish off the kill. And now 30 seconds left. On the point. Fire over the top. Is on that spree, but he knows how important the time is, and he's got his teammates following up on the play.
Abe right now, he is blocking those back spawns. Should fall down to Hixie now. As Yuli's looking for a way around. He wins the fight versus Abe in towards the courtyard, looking to draw some attention, but Fire picking up where his teammates left off. That's a hellstorm now for Fire as well, heading into a hill where you can certainly put this game away and send it to a game 5. Having that hellstorm in your back pocket, that is a tool that you love to see for Five Fears fans.
What a bounce back here. 4 or 5 years, especially with the way that first.
I love the way they're corner slicing these sides of the building.
Different story this time around, and 5 years could very well end it.
Man, I'm really impressed with Fears. I thought that they'd hit their ceiling when Brooklyn went up 2-0, but it looks like, I mean, they're coming to show that, hey, we are never out of it.
Still going back and forth. Exceed now the next one to
try to push forward. I mean, with Exceed's your worst player, you're doing well, and he's still doing decent in 2021.
At P4 going nuclear for the team. 9 seconds left.
Prolude,
Somebody's
shout out to you,
gonna
though.
touch it. It has to fall down to Prolude.
Someone's going to make a move through the front. It's going to have to be the play call. Shots are good for Brack, giving them a chance. They do manage to get through the back door. The spawns are going to be in, though, for the P4 hill. So now you got to start making your way through the middle of the map here, and you don't have a whole lot of subs in hand. Brack, the first one up, looking to make his way through. How do you get in? Standy's going to be the one to slide and bait and switch, but these kills need to be clean, and well, the first one is. The second one looks solid. Won't be able to follow it up. Hixie gets involved alongside Abe. The sub-duo gets the job done in the end. And that will be a map number 5 in the cards.
Something about 5 Fears and Rewind Hardpoint. This team is lights out.
Yeah, they are good at Rewind. They took out RoKKR. I don't know why Omit would allow that in the vetoes to go through whenever they just beat RoKKR on it. Or this tournament might have a preset map pool.
Pressure coming out from your sub-duo out of 5 Fears, and that really leads to numerous breaks. Numerous spawn holes. You think P2 spawns as well from Hixie? I don't know how he gets away with that, but you look back at the stats for a second. Fire as well, 28 and 16. Ridiculous stat lines coming out from Hixie and Fire, but major plays.
I need a drink now. I'm walking away a lot, but man, we are
between these two teams, and I love it. First time we get a game 5 at least on the desk, and it could potentially be a reverse sweep.
We've been seeing these game 5s everywhere, all over the bracket, but yeah, now we finally got one. So that is exactly what you want to see. That is great news, and well, at least great news for as far as all the entertainment enjoyers. But maybe not great news here for the Omen Brooklyn fans, because you now have your backs up against the wall and could be in fear of dropping another reverse sweep, which would not be the first one on the day either. But you take a look at just this replay package, Colin, and it felt like there were so many big moments, and they were able to extend their lead pretty far, but it really did feel like it started from that initial break when they got into P1. They got a huge amount of time off of P1, I want to say, as well, and it felt like they just never slowed down. They were just on a roll, on a tear. Everyone heated up. Everyone was able to find their moments throughout this map, and again, we saw this earlier versus RoKKR. There is a groove that they find, and they most certainly found it.
Oh, full tilt headed into game 5, I'd say, from both of these teams.
They took an early lead, meaning Fierce, and just kept rolling.
Moments here where 5 Fears just, they look like they're on the back foot, and then bam, they just hit you with 3 down yet again.
I'm going to live.
To find yourself in, because then you have to break with at least 10 seconds at hold, and then within that 10 seconds, rotate to P5 and re-break it immediately. And for a map like Rewind, that is way easier said than done. And you look back at this one, after P2, it was not close.
To the moon, as you see on that graph. It is not very back and forth whatsoever. And yeah, it's interesting, right? Because both the hard points, you know, had just basically went one way. And sometimes it does come down to the fact that teams got one map down to a T, and they know how to play it. And it feels like
I don't care if there's another series. I don't care if lightning strikes.
Exactly that through
well, last game.
However, all that's out the window now. It all comes down to the search and destroy. And, well, we don't know which way this one is really going to end up going here for us, as the first time around, it felt like it was a lot of control from Omen Brooklyn, I would say. A lot of set nades that were very difficult to deal with. Felt like they were getting a lot of information, and on the other side, you could almost just feel the panic and almost feel how difficult it was to maneuver on the map. So we'll see what changes going into map 5, but for now, guys, we are going to throw it to a short break. We come back, map 5 coming your way.
What's going on, people? Thanks for everybody hopping in here.
3, 2, 1. Let's get it. Sure.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We got a game number 5 in the cards. It has been an incredible series here thus far. Of course, I'm Visions. That's Seymour. Man, it's been a fun day. It's been a fun series. Finally got our first
Visions
game 5.
and
this one has been maybe a little bit
Seymour.
more one-sided in some of the maps, but at the very least, both these squads have shown that they certainly want it. We'll see who wants it more, though, going into the final round.
Too, you're like one-sided. How is it game 5 one-sided? Every single time there's been a team winning, it doesn't feel close. Yeah. The Hacienda control goes all the way to 5 rounds, but at the same time, it's like 5 rounds of defense traded. Every single time on offense, it just didn't seem like a team could close it out, or even get close to closing it out, really. It was just pretty smooth sailing on those defensive rounds. As soon as they see 5 fears on defense, I'm like, all right, we're going game 4, and then we get there, rewind.
I'm looking at the bracket, guys.
Charlie Higgsy especially. There's always those games that just pop out of nowhere that this guy just puts up miraculous numbers. And he really carries his team to a victory there to push to a game 5.
Agreed, yeah.
That's it for winners.
Just fundamental plays, man. You're always going to rely on him. You're always going to rely on him to be just...
Well, no, yeah, there's no loser round anyway. It's just semifinals and loser round 4 tomorrow, I think. Yeah, there's 3, 6. It makes a lot of sense.
There will be a dealership at the very least going into our last and final map here of the set. This would guarantee, I want to say, winner semifinals, so it would be a massive one to try to get, and it is in fact another dealership, which we did see a little bit earlier on there, Carl.
I don't know if you can see that. There's a bracket. I will post a link to the bracket in the description when I'm done. Actually, I'll grab one for you right now.
Of the search and destroys, but the start of the search and destroys just looks so tough.
I don't want to kick you off. I'll put it at the end. I don't want to end the screen when the search is about to start.
Round 1, you get ace clutched by Geo, and that sends you in a downward spiral, losing 3 rounds in a row. And then towards the back half, you had Astral popping double kills.
I need to eat something.
Winning first bloods versus RoKKR, you win 7 out of the 10 first bloods that you see.
Alright, we are good. I gotta admit, man. I don't know, but Fears are doing really well, but who won? Yeah, Mint won the last search. I don't know. Fears on momentum. Actually, I'll take Fear. I don't care who does it, just blow them out.
Yuli has to be calling for a bomb plant. As he's starting to get forward, he's up on the cards. He's going to get information on Exceed.
Oh, Exceed rips some
unbelievable shots. That is certainly going to sting and maybe makes it a little bit harder to now go for that bomb plant confidently, but they are still going to commit to it.
Go like this, just don't do us to play there.
So you're digging yourself at a hole, but at least you don't have to worry about anything behind you. Brack's going to get caught on a nade, and big fight here for Standing just to stay alive if he can, but Abe's going to collect it. 4v2 on the retake.
4v2, Brack, gives his teammate a couple of shots and now has to turn and burn. Sub in hand, trying to get the read, ring around the rosy we go. The finesse, the cars. Who's gonna peek? Who's gonna chow? Abe gives it a go, and he gets the best of Brack. What a challenge!
This Abe kid is
what
unreal.
A gunfight!
That's so hard. No aim assist around those cars too. So trying to fight that is near impossible. Brack with the finesse of a lifetime. The team shots into the triple kill as well. Really fighting for that round win to go the way of Omit Brooklyn. But Abe, new kid on the block for MW3 and BO6, and he puts you on skates.
That was filthy. Like, I almost closed my eyes for that final kill cam. Man, crazy stuff from Abe. Love to see that from the young gun. All right, that's certainly a way to kick off round number 1. A 1v1 and a little finesse around the cars. Abe says, no problem. But round number 2. Let's see what's going to potentially come in the cards here. On the first opening round, we did see this quite a bit from 5 Fears. They did like to dabble around that B site. Definitely lean towards it at times, but also try to wait for someone to push through mid, kind of get that pick, then make that decision afterwards as well.
A lot of damage done, but Proloot Yuli.
Not this time.
Yeah, they're the ones to get those open
kills. Brooklyn's winning this. They won the last search.
Good luck, have fun.
Yeah, he's like, where'd you go? Where the boys at? No longer here, unfortunately.
Trying to wink and I was like, I have a fucking twitch.
So
that's Brooklyn 2-0.
they just completely shut it down. And I mean, you were waiting for
Oh,
that
it's
play.
1-1.
You
I'm
had dedicated members
tripping.
to push through, but it was overwhelming with how many members they sent through mid.
But it's no surprise either. That is probably one of the biggest weaknesses they showed against RoKKR was that middle map presence. And you lose that so many times to Estriel. It's carrying over. It's a concurrent or a constant mistake or issue for this team in 5 years. And I don't know if it's a timing thing, like you're not reading these very well, but the defense always has their number.
All squared up at 1 apiece. Back through mid we go. Nade's being cooked out, but this time around, not going to wait for that initial challenge to the back of the cars. It is going to be an immediate plan.
Post play another 4v4. Standy's on the flank. They're not going to rate this one.
No, they certainly will not. Standy comes up with 1. Able to now pinch through the garage door, and while his teammates are holding the line, and they will be able to find just about everyone, exceed the last one up, and they are just completely worked here. Beautiful stuff, and a beautiful call there from Standy as well.
Wow, 2-1. And that is just 2 back-to-back flawless rounds coming out, and Standy gets the flank of a lifetime in it as well. That's just one thing that it's hard to read on dealership sometimes, because we see teams often on the offensive side leave somebody lurking towards B for the A hit or A for the B hit, and as soon as that bomb goes down,
come on, Omit, close this out. Close this out. They got 9 kills already.
Because the team on the retake isn't going to think that there's any stragglers around, but for
Standy needs to play his life. He could give him bomb.
Certainly was. Lots of nades and studs. Again, thrown out, just searching for info. Again, another lean here for 5 years over to the B site. Brack, though, bombarded by grenades. No trophy system to keep him safe. Yuli in a position to still respond to the B plant, if he can get a read on it, but you've now lost Pro Loot here in the process here too. So, 4 versus 2, 55 seconds left, and it feels like there could be a good opportunity to try to drop this bomb down at B.
It has to be a good opportunity. 4 versus 1, Pro Loot this time. Ixie had his chance.
So Pro Loot, that's
he gets away from this one.
Why is he calling him Brack?
Chase
What
from
the hell?
Ixie is going to put it away. If that for a second there was a chance
It
for
said
Pro Loot. If
Loot.
it was a little bit cleaner, then maybe you have the confidence to chow that right away. But it's really good for Ixie to not let that one stir.
Well, we're going around 11, man.
Don't want to allow a regen to come through, and Pro Loot get a little bit mixy here. So able to track him down, very well done. Again, it's leaning to that B site, doing a great job of opening up with the first, second kills. Great grenade utility coming through that mid window, paying off here as it's been pretty even, neck and neck, 2 apiece.
Brooklyn looking to get back into form for this attack. It's a 2-2 split, and the A site is wide open. So if this is patience that we're seeing from the 2 over towards B, and it might pay off, but instead it's met with aggression out of 5 fears, and that's bombed down in your spawn.
Yeah, it's bombed down, and Pro Loot thought he may have had some kind of an angle to push through the left side of the map, maybe get behind the play, but not the case whatsoever. The backtracking should allow maybe an easy pickup of the bomb that was dropped, but you have no information on where they're going to be set up and where they're going to be really on the map.
So you're going to get this bomb back. You have Pro Loot, who has been fantastic in this map so far. Still ready to see if you can pull this one back, but I'm loving the patience for 5 years. If you want, it's an easy hit from either site right away.
Trying to play for info, nade over the top.
Doesn't hit.
Doesn't hit the bomb planter. Pro Loot will get it down, trophy system out. They're going to backtrack.
That's a trophy post nade as well, so there is no information that bomb was going down. Unfortunately, though, it is going to be a quick retake, but it's a re-wrap from Brack all the way through mid.
Risky. You need Pro Loot to come up with a kill here. That would be ideal. Abe will end up dropping. Pro Loot doesn't get a read on the second, and well, they do read the repinch. Very well done.
It's fear, 3-2.
It is another round. This one going the way of 5 fears as they're starting to put it together.
That's great, too. It is exactly how that retake should go. 2 players to pressure out small room. As soon as you notice that that's just the 1 player.
I'm muting my mic for a bit, guys. Let me chat something if you want to hear me talk.
that very difficult to do anything else playing for the to the retaking players, but doesn't pay off, and 5 Fierce is back-to-back rounds to put them in the lead now.
Jaxie, what's good, man? How you doing?
On this map for Game 5, and it is a lot better than what we saw in both the red card and the dealership versus RoKKR.
No, what the heck? I don't want to.
Stun check, nades. No one dropping, though. And, well, guess where that bomb is. Exie bringing it over to B while it's a mid-hit. Trying to clear everything out. Vents. Nobody's home. Now a chance to look through the garage, but Brack's holding on to that.
Drop a chat, or drop a like and a sub. Give a chat. You already did chat. Drop a like and a sub, man. You, Jaxie.
And the re-clearance through mid is swinging lives back over towards.
I am just powering through this last match. This is looking like a 3-0, and now we're going Game 5. It looks like round 11.
Maybe a 2v1 from
no.
Exceed.
It's a fire Scott. That's 4-2. Yeah, I said at the beginning, fire and take this.
Taking control in the Game 5.
That's a dagger. That's a dagger. Not getting that trade. Certainly going to hurt. And you can see Brack running to try to get with his teammates, but they had fallen already, and Hixie wins his one. Big moment from Exceed, who has come up big on multiple occasions throughout day number 1 here at the tournament. 4-2 now, 5 Fears. I mean, I want to say this is about 3 rounds in a row. It has been very, very good for as far as what they've been looking to change heading into some of these rounds.
Come on, Fears.
Let's see if that fire is enough to push 5 Fears further.
Yeah, I feel like Omit is almost defeated. They're just kind of hitting the site now. Yeah, oh, that's a I knew that was that. I knew that was going to happen.
Fire with the nade from downtown, and Brack goes down too.
Well, that's a round right there.
One round.
For the reverse sweep, it would appear.
That's tragic. I feel bad for my guy Pro Loot, and then if they don't bring this back.
Everything that could go wrong did go wrong in that
because
round.
That's a round you lose without even seeing a single player on the other team.
Yeah, that's brutal.
That is a frustrating one. 1 round left.
What's going on? Appreciate everybody in here. Appreciate everybody tuning in today.
On the penalty kill.
I cannot tell you how much the support means. I'm about to redline the sound speakers. Oh, I didn't do it.
Just to push it to round 11. And then an extra one for the upset. And it's a B hit.
Oh, it certainly is. Abe gives the position away. So Yuli actually connects on
that 2v2.
Does try to get away himself, but he
can't.
Gets down.
All on the Pro Loot. My guy Pro Loot.
Threatening the flank. It is red, and it is.
And that is Fears, baby. Fears are advancing into the top.
Unbelievable stuff with a
6
6-2 victory and a reverse sweep in the cards to advance to the next round.
Twice now, it's been a reverse sweep through the winners bracket. Team War did it earlier versus Royal Spartans. Now, for 5 Fears, they do what looked to be impossible after maps 1 and 2, whereas clinical as they were from Omit Brooklyn, they looked untouchable at the start of this series, but you give them an inch, 5 Fears, they take a mile, and I mean, they just invented a sixth fear for Omit Brooklyn.
The 6th fear.
After the end of this one, you look at the end of it as well for the Search and Destroy. Not only was it just patient plays from 5 Fears, but you think about the differences from what we saw versus RoKKR. You're not giving away stupid lives. You're not over-challing towards these sites, and you're winning these opening duels. And not only are you putting away rounds, but you're not losing any more lives from this one.
There's only 4 teams left. What the fuck? 4 teams left to winner bracket. Who got making it to winners finals? So the 4 teams left is 5 Fears, Omit Brooklyn.
I think that is really the word that comes to mind when you look at those search.
That's another winners bound. And then there's Gorilla Mates and Notorious. So Fears just secures their spot in the winners finals. And I don't know who won Gorilla Mates versus Notorious.
Because it almost just, the way it felt for going into that map number 3, Colin, was like, this is going to be a 3-0, man. Like, this feels like this is an Omit Brooklyn squad that is untouchable. They had not dropped a map up into that point. And
alright, well, there's no interview or nothing. Thank you, and I just hit 100 views. It says, I appreciate the support so much, guys. We are at nearly 5 hours. We're about 20 minutes off or so. I appreciate the support. It's been my longest stream since I've started streaming again, nearly 5 hours. So I'm glad getting the calluses back on the streaming. So have a killer day. Enjoy your weekend. However, I wish everybody, be safe and make good choices. And I really do appreciate all the support I received, and everybody stayed through.